We good? Okay, yeah. All right, so if everybody can find their seats, we're going to get started. Hi, my name is Karen Gassler. I am a support representative for the Soul community, and I just want to welcome you all here today. I'm going to open with prayer, and then I have a couple of rules. Let's pray. Lord, I just thank you. I thank you for each and every kid who is surpassing their nerves and just coming forward to do this for your glory, Lord. We thank you for everyone that's here to show support, and in this time of pandemic, we're just so thankful for you showing yourself every day. In your name, amen. I also want to say a welcome to those who are watching live. We're happy to have you here also. Okay, so I want to introduce our team. For the prosecution, we have Violent. A couple of them are still getting ready. So just stand up, turn around, and wave. And then we have, for defense, our Soul community. Stand up, guys. Look cheerful, like you're happy to be here. Turn around and wave. All right, so just a couple things. We're going to ask you to turn off your cell phones so that there's no distraction. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our mission and why we're doing this today. Students exercise skills that they have developed in Challenge B as they argue each side of a simplified case. Overarching mission is to know God and to make him known. Students practice their growing mastery of classical skills by learning the details, asking questions of material, connecting the details into a strategy, preparing a persuasive argument, employing clear reasoning, and presenting without a script. They get an inside view of the judicial system and a sobering sense of how poor choices lead to consequences that restrict freedom. Students earn points for their teams. Points are earned for how well they handle their arguments and how convincingly they play the witness. The verdict is inconsequential for the purposes of mock trial. I'm just going to repeat that. The verdict is inconsequential for the purposes of mock trial. A couple of things. We have proctors in place. So as mock trial is beginning, we ask parents and directors, you are not allowed to approach your student or your child from this point on. If you try to, the proctor will block you, and I will as well. We ask that there's bathrooms downstairs. If you need to go during, to leave quietly and use the ones downstairs. During intermission, rules still apply. You can't associate with the students or anything. So parents, this is it. No contact until after mock trial. All right, I think that's everything. All right, we're going to begin. I'm sorry. If you are sitting in your pews and you would like to remove your mask, you may. We just ask that when you're in transit in the church that you put them on, but for pew's sake, you can take them off if you choose.
All rise. The Honorable Court of Gloucester County is now in session. The Honorable Judge Howard Clayton proceeding. God save the state and this honorable court.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, before we begin, just some quick opening remarks. These will span both the fantasy of the mock trial today and both some real-world comments. First of all, jurors, thank you so much for volunteering today. As you may know, this is a student-led learning event. The students have put in a tremendous amount of time learning how to hone their logic arguments, which is the principal subject on which they're applying their skills today. Being a juror for this learning event is extremely important because without you, they would not receive the critical feedback that is necessary for them to get an outside perspective on the logic skills that they have developed and what is persuasive and what is not. As far as a real world, being a juror would be equally important. There's a tremendous cynicism that runs through the American legal community that says and has said for more than 20 years now that your civilian jury are the 12 people who are too stupid to get out of jury duty. And that's how cynical lawyers are about juries. And it's very unfortunate that they're cynical for that, but I went to law school after I had been an adult for a number of years, and I found that to be true. When I got a jury summons, I thought, oh man, I don't want to spend a week in court or 2 weeks in court. I've got my life to live. I've got a job, or I've got school, or I have whatever else. And it never occurred to me that the entire American justice system, which is the envy of the rest of the world, is predicated upon the quality of the jurors who sit in judgment of trials, whether they're criminal or civil trials. And so your service as a jury, whether it's in a mock trial here today or in a real-world jury, is critical to the future of our nation. So thank you for your service today. Spectators and participants, you're reminded of the rules that the administrator just gave you today. Please do observe not only the classical conversations rules today, but also the decorum that would be expected of you if you were in an actual courtroom. Participants, I have been a lawyer for nearly 20 years. I've tried more than 100 criminal cases. I competed in law school in national level interscholastic mock trial. I have coached law school level, national level interscholastic mock trial teams, and I've judged many more rounds, both at the educational level and at the national level. I tell you that because I am going to make mistakes today. You're going to make mistakes today. The bailiffs will make mistakes. The witnesses will make mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes today. Don't freak out. It's okay. Just do your best. There will be times when if something is just vastly beyond you and it's some legal point of emphasis or technical piece that I may help you, but if it's something that I think you can reason your way through, as this is something that this is an event that is supposed to hone your reasoning skills and your ability to think on your feet, then I'm going to leave you to it. All right. Prosecution, are you prepared to proceed to trial today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are you prepared to proceed to trial today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Accused and defense counsel, please rise. Tatum, Zillias, how do you plead? Very well, you may be seated. Government, the defense has chosen to put you to the burden of proof to establish Mr. Zillias' guilt beyond a reasonable doubt today. Do you stand ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, jury, and the defense team. My name is Bryden Welch, and I shall be representing the prosecution in this case. Allow me to introduce my co-counsel, Captain Wardwell. This case This case is about a greedy and unscrupulous businessman, Tatum Zillias, who's sitting right over there with his attorneys. Let me tell you about this case. He's being charged with 2 counts of third-degree murder. Tatum Zillias is a greedy businessman who broke the rules and put many lives in danger, killing at least 2 people. He was not only negligent, but grossly negligent, even reckless. On the windy day of August 31st, 2012, Tatum Zillias ignored Mother Nature and demanded that his crane operator lift heavy, uneven loads, which were almost a block long in length, through hurricane winds. The disaster was predictable. With the crane 467 feet up in the air, the wind caught panels, and the crane came crashing down, killing a government official and a civilian bystander. Tatum Zillias caused the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent, who did not have a chance to escape the weight of the crane. The defendant, Tatum Zillias, is not only responsible for the deaths of these 2 people, but he's also responsible for ignoring OCIS code, the Office of Construction Inspection and Safety, ruining the reputation of his coworkers, and he also ended Project Z. Tatum Zillias is guilty on 2 accounts of third-degree murder for his arrogance, recklessness, and greed. You will hear testimony from Emerson Turnkin, who is the site supervisor of Project Z, an eco-friendly public housing development, which was in the process of building apartments. He will testify to the horrifying events of August 31st, where the crane crashed down and killed 2 innocent people. He will testify that Tatum Zillias ignored the city when they asked him to halt the project. He also ignored the risk of wind and what the wind could have effect on the crane. He will testify that Zillias asked him to cut corners and to ignore risks. And when Emerson Turnkin did not cut corners and do these things, Tatum Zillias took over the project, which resulted in the deaths of Artie Dent and Grace Hopper, 2 innocent people. The second witness, Lennon Packard, will testify to the death of a dear friend, Artie Dent, who was tragically killed when the crane crashed down on top of him. We are asking that the court find Tatum Zillias guilty on 2 accounts of third-degree murder for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Beyond a reasonable doubt, his reckless abandonment and greed caused these deaths. The municipality of Philadelphia wants justice, and they want Tatum Zillias to be held accountable for the murder of these innocent civilians.
Defense, do you have an opening statement?
May it please the court, your honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Christine Hagee, and this is my co-counsel, Andrew Glessner, Caleb Brewster, and Declan Martinez. Have you ever tried to help someone, but in the process, something went wrong? I can think of many times in my life when that's happened to me, when I've tried to benefit others, but something went wrong. And I'm sure that everyone here can think of a time when that has happened to them. And if you can, then I'm sure that you can understand the expression, no good deed goes unpunished. And that's exactly why we are here today. We are here because Tatum Zillias, the defendant, was trying to do something very good for the more unfortunate community of people in Philadelphia, but it ended in disaster. We are here because no good deed went unpunished for Tatum Zillias. And now Tatum is being wrongfully accused for third-degree murder. Sure, 2 people died, but it was due to an unpredicted disaster. And just because Tatum was present when they died doesn't mean he's responsible for their deaths. He is just an innocent man that was caught in bad circumstances. You are going to learn that the full story is that Zillias had started construction on a major apartment complex for the unfortunate of Philly. It was on government property that he had rightfully attained, and it was called Franklin's Trench. Franklin's Trench had been the place where some squatters had lived, but they all willingly left. Well, all except 2 of them, London Packard and Artie Dent. Zillias tried not to bother them, and he never did anything to hurt them. But Artie Dent, a mentally unstable former Army veteran, had convinced himself that Tatum was evil, and he was set on destroying Tatum's wonderful project and taking down Fightin' Phil. Fightin' Phil was the name of the largest crane on the Atlantic coast, and Tatum was using it on his site. And you will learn that on the rainy day of August 31st, 2012, Tatum was having Fightin' Phil lift 2 large roof panels onto the apartment building. It had been tough for Zillias to decide whether to do the lifts or not, because it was really important that they got the lifts done soon so the project would turn out as all Zillias had hoped for the community. But then again, it was really rainy out. But after much affirmation from the crane operator that the lifts could be done, and after no objections to the lift from a safety agent, Zillias decided to proceed with the lifts. And the lifts were going great until the second lift of the day, when a large, unexpected wind gust blew through, which tragically collapsed the crane and crushed poor Grace Hopper, the safety agent, and Artie Dent, who had snuck onto the construction site during the lifts. That day, it was not just Tatum's project that was destroyed, but it was also his dreams of making the world a better place. We will show through evidence that although 2 people died on his construction site, Zillias was not responsible for it. We will also show that Zillias was just trying to make the city a better place, and that the squatters were unsafely on the construction site without legal permission. And that with a fire axe, one of the squatters, Artie Dent, collapsed the crane on August 31st, 2012. You will hear from our first witness, the defendant, Tatum Zillias. Zillias was the head of Project C, and he will testify that he had good intentions for Project C, and that he was just trying to help people by making sustainable homes, and that he made the decision to proceed with the lifts off of the assurance from an expert. And you will hear from our second witness, Micah, the operator of Fightin' Phil on August 31st, 2012. She's very experienced with construction sites and with cranes, and she will testify that no construction site can ever be completely safe. She will also testify that she told Zillias she could do the lifts, even with the rainy weather, and that the squatters were bothering the construction site. And you will hear from our final witness, Reese, a reporter that was on site when the crane collapsed. She will testify that she saw Grace Hopper, the safety agent, raise the green flag. She will also testify that she saw Grace give the go-ahead, and that Artie Dent was a madman who was set on destroying Fightin' Phil. The prosecution will try to show that the squatters are innocent, and that Tatum was a greedy monster who doesn't care about people. But we will show that the squatters were trespassing and messing with the equipment, and that Tatum's whole project was centered around helping people, and that he did care about human lives. My co-counsel and I will stand for Tatum Zillias and defend him, showing him to be innocent, and we will refute and show fault in the prosecution's arguments that go against our cause. We are all civil and justice-seeking people in this courtroom, so let us not send this man, Tatum Zillias, unjustly to jail for something he is not guilty of. He was just trying to do something good for the community, and it ended in tragedy. He shouldn't be penalized for that. Tatum's good deed did not go unpunished. So we beg you to find Tatum Zillias not guilty of third-degree murder as we present our case to you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, are you prepared to call your first witness?
We would like to call up Emerson as our first witness.
The witness may approach. Bailiff, please swear them in. Counsel, you're reminded in this jurisdiction you are welcome to ask questions from the lectern as well.
You affirm that the evidence you shall give the court and the jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'm sorry, ma'am, the court reporter has to take down a verbal answer. Can you? Yes. Thank you.
Emerson Turnkin, are you employed, and if so, by who?
I am currently unemployed, but I was employed by Tatum Zillias to work on Project 8.
What was your job description?
I was to be the site supervisor with full site control.
In your witness statement, it says your reputation is unmatched in skillful management. Can you tell me why?
Well, I have a degree in construction management and also 30 years of immersed experience on job sites.
How did you ensure safety on the site?
We reviewed the protocol and we did safety sweeps daily.
Why daily?
Just to ensure that all the codes and protocols are being followed accurately and to make sure that no corners were cut.
Did you have any safety concerns? And if so, will you tell us about them?
It was mostly just the squatters because they wouldn't leave and they vandalized the site with graffiti and holes, and they moved a few landmarks.
What action did you take to solve these safety concerns?
We red flagged for safety inspections.
How did this affect the timeline for completion?
Construction slowed to a crawl because if we moved forward without correcting those safety inspections, then there could have been some injuries.
Did you ever make any other adjustments to the site?
Yes, we did.
Could you tell us what those adjustments were?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. In your witness statement, you said that Tatum visited the site in January. What did he do at the site?
He added a second shift, and he also reduced our safety checks.
How did those changes affect the workers?
Oh, I mean, accidents rose expeditiously.
Did you have any concerns with the rise in accidents?
I did, yeah.
Did you tell Tatum yourself?
Mm-hmm.
How did he respond to your concerns?
He blew up at me, and he said, I don't care if this project gets done. He said, I don't care if people get hurt. We can pay for that. We can pay for anything but time, and this project is going to get done.
After Tatum took charge, were there any site changes?
Yes.
When were those changes?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When were the site change? When did the site changes happen?
When did the site changes happen?
Yes.
In June.
Sorry, repeat that.
In January, I'm sorry. January 2012.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm really sorry.
January 2012.
Okay. What happened in January?
Well, he took control of the site.
Okay. It was said that the roofing panels were overweight. Do you know what the weight was?
Yes, the weight was 2,900 tons, which was over the crane's contractual engineering limit.
Do you know how Micah responded to this news?
He felt that the crane could handle it.
Do you know what Tatum's response was to the overweight roofing panels?
Yes, Micah said that Tatum knew of the risks, but he told him to continue anyway.
Did Micah keep going?
He did, yeah.
After the news in April, were there any other site changes?
Yes, in June.
What was the work environment like in June?
Well, at that point, Tatum was on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A third shift was added. Overtime became mandatory, and the workers were overworked.
What do you mean Tatum was on site 24 hours a day? Weren't you hired to have complete site control?
Yeah, actually I was, so I don't really know why he was on the site.
Well, after Tatum took control of the site, did you talk to him ever again?
Yes, I talked to him in August.
Okay. What did you talk to him about?
We talked about risks.
What was the response to those risks?
He said, "Remember, my dear M, if we don't move fast, we die. Nothing you say can change that now. Go make yourself look busy."
Were you worried about Tatum's attitude towards the site?
I was, but I was more worried about the big lifts
Why were you worried about the lifts?
because they were scheduled so close to Hurricane Isaac's arrival.
Did you try to tell Tatum about the scheduled lift and the hurricane?
I did, but he just brushed it off.
What was the first thing you did on the morning of August 31st?
I performed one last safety inspection to the site.
Did you have any safety concerns after your inspection?
Yes.
What were those concerns?
We saw another squatter around Fight and Fill, and I went to check, but everything looked okay.
You said the lifts were scheduled during the same time as the hurricane. Were there any weather updates?
There were, yeah.
What did you do with the weather updates?
I warned Tatum, again, of the even worse weather, but he just said, "Why aren't we lifting now?"
So did you start lifting?
We did. The crew started lifting, and Micah lost control of the panel, and he almost obliterated an apartment building.
After Micah lost control, what was done?
I tried to talk to Tatum again, but he just glared silently at me. I insisted that the weight was too far above the crane's capacity, and on top of that, that the ground was just too soft for Fight and Fill to keep balanced.
What was his response to your concerns?
He convinced Grace to ask Micah's opinion.
Wait, he asked for Micah's opinion, not yours?
Correct, yeah.
What happened after Micah gave his thoughts?
Well, Grace stormed off to watch the lift below, and about half an hour later, another squatter appeared, and yeah.
Did you guys red flag for the squatter?
Yes, Grace threw another red flag up at 3 p.m., I believe, and she wanted another full safety sweep.
Did you do another full safety sweep?
We did a quick one, which was permitted by code if there wasn't any evidence of tampering.
Who waved the green flag?
Grace did.
What happened after Micah was given confirmation to continue?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What happened after Micah was given the green flag?
Like directly after?
Mhm.
I don't remember exactly.
Hold on one second. At this point in time, how was the weather?
Oh yeah, so Micah started his second lift, and Grace demanded to talk with him again because she was talking about some revised weather reports that were talking about how the rain was predicted earlier than before.
Once Micah began to lift the second lift, what happened?
Well, at the top of the lift, the winds gust the strongest it had all day, and the roof hit the gust, and in a few seconds, the crane became a dilapidated mound of steel.
I have no further questions.
Defense, do you have a cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Are you an expert on crane operation?
No.
Is Micah Stratton an expert on crane operation?
Yes.
So do you think it's reasonable for Tatum to take Micah's word over yours?
Yes.
You said that you didn't speak up during the lift for fear of getting fired, correct?
I did.
So you were more concerned about your job and the safety of the workers?
I just knew that what I said wasn't going to change anything.
Isn't it true that you said you would adhere to every code and keep the site safe?
I did.
And yet, isn't it true that there was unlocked equipment and unsecure scaffolding?
It was.
So it's okay for you to ignore safety?
Well, no.
You admitted to blowing up at the squatters, correct?
Yes.
When you, quote, blew up at the squatters, couldn't you have provoked them to mess with Phil?
Can you repeat the question?
When you, quote, blew up at the squatters, couldn't you have provoked them to mess with Phil?
It's possible.
London said that Artie attacked you, but your testimony says nothing about that. Why are your testimonies inconsistent?
I'm not sure.
You just forgot about getting assaulted? Isn't it true that you said Micah was the best crane operator you ever met, regardless of the weather?
Yes.
So why did it not apply to the day of the lift?
I mean, things happen. People mess up sometimes.
Isn't it true that when Hurricane Isaac hit the Gulf Coast, you said you weren't worried about it imposing any danger to the workers?
I did.
So if you, the site supervisor, weren't worried, why would Tatum be?
I don't know that I heard a response from the witness to that question. Counsel, go ahead and ask your question again, please.
So if you, the site supervisor, weren't worried about the weather, then why would Tatum be?
I'm not sure.
Is it true that the squatters were constantly on the site?
Yeah, pretty much.
Were they messing with the equipment?
Yes.
Did you stop them from doing this?
We tried. I mean, put a fence up.
Would you say that providing housing for the public, for those in need, was a good deed?
Yeah, I would say so.
Was Tatum trying to provide housing for the public?
He was.
So was Tatum doing a good deed?
Yes.
Didn't you want to be more than a site supervisor?
I did.
Did you want to be a property developer?
Yes.
So isn't it true that you were jealous of Tatum?
I wouldn't say that. No.
You weren't jealous of him even though he had the job you wanted?
No.
Isn't it true that you said you stopped caring and spent your time mindlessly signing paperwork?
Yeah, but again, I just knew that anything I said, it wasn't going to matter to him.
So during that, isn't it possible that you could have thrown away the city's permit, the city's letter?
I don't think so.
As a site supervisor, it was your responsibility to do the safety sweeps, not Tatum's, correct?
Yes.
So is Tatum to blame for the safety sweeps not happening?
Safety sweeps did happen. What are you talking about?
For him cutting the safety sweeps. Couldn't you overrule that?
He cut them, but we still did safety sweeps.
Isn't it true that the rain was heavy?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said you couldn't really see?
Yeah.
So isn't it true that you can't be 100% certain that Tatum took the flag from Grace?
It's possible.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Could London Packard come up to the stand?
Oh, okay, I apologize, let's hang on. Okay, so Commonwealth, you have no redirect of this witness?
Witness
Okay,
is dismissed.
Would you like to have this witness excused from the stand?
Yes, please.
Okay, witness, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony. Please remember you remain under oath for the duration of the proceedings. Commonwealth, go ahead and call your next witness.
Can London Packard come up to the stand?
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
When and why did you come to inhabit Franklin's Trench?
In 1975, after wandering around Pennsylvania, I came across Franklin's Trench. It provided cover, soil for plants, and best of all, water.
How long did you take cover in the trench?
For over 27 years with about 1,500 people, including Artie, Tatum, and Tatum's mother.
What was your response to the arrival of the crane?
We held a meeting with the residents of the trench.
What was their reaction to the news?
They started moving.
All except for you and who else?
Me and Artie.
Who is Artie?
Artie is a strange and harmless resident.
Strange in what way?
His imagination was uncommon and often tuned out by other residents.
In your witness statement, it says that you knew Reese Dentner. So how do you know Reese Dentner?
We met Reese Dentner when we decided that our only way to appeal to the public was to have somebody with us, and Providence gifted us Reese.
Why did you choose to work with Reese?
She seemed interested in us individually and as a group, and that was exactly the kind of publicity we needed.
What was the benefit of working with Reese?
She said she would help us save our home as long as I got her exclusive information, and she said that she would get me a sit-down with Tatum Zillias himself.
And what was discussed at the meeting with Tatum?
Instead, I didn't even meet with him. I met with Emerson, his site supervisor.
Okay, well, what was discussed at the meeting with Emerson?
I suggested they move the project to another hole in the city.
And what was the response to that suggestion?
He got angry and left.
How angry?
He was really mad.
What was your response to that action?
I wanted to do a sit-down, but Reese thought I'd be arrested, so we let Artie do what he called Operation Turtle.
What was Operation Turtle?
It was his way to save our home. He would move equipment and tools and do graffiti.
Was the operation successful?
It was successful against Operation Turtle, but not in our means of saving our home.
How long did this successful operation last?
Until January.
Tatum Zillias ordered for a fence to be put in place when he forced Turnkin to cut down the safety sweeps as well. So what happened in January?
He put up fences.
Were the site changes successful?
A little bit, but not in our means of negotiations.
Were there any injuries on the site?
Yes, there were.
How do you know that the workers were injured?
I saw someone's foot get demolished by a forklift. Another time, someone almost got electrocuted because they were too close to a live wire in a puddle. The worst was when someone fell off the ladder because it collapsed underneath of them, and when they were being pulled out on the stretcher, Tatum had another person go on the same ladder.
So you've explained how the workers were affected by this change, but how were the people in the trenches affected?
Well, they had to look for new homes, and they started leaving in ones and twos.
So why did you and Artie stay in the trench?
We were hopeful we could save our home.
Did you ever find a way to save your home?
No, but on August 24th, I was given hope when I found a letter in the trash saying that the lift was denied.
Why did you say in your witness statement that August 31st would always live in vain in your memory?
I woke up to the sound of heavy rain and great winds when I turned to Artie to celebrate that they would have to stop construction, but he wasn't there. Then I saw someone in a trench coat around the crane, and then when I looked under further investigation, no one was there. That's when I saw the crane topple over with a looming feeling of doom.
Did you see the lifts?
Yes, I saw both lifts.
What did you see?
Well, during the first lift, the crane's panels were swirling and whirling in the wind, and then around 3 p.m., I saw someone come down from the office waving a red flag. That's when, right after that, I saw Tatum Zillias run from his office, yell at the government safety inspector, pulled the red flag out of his hand, and took the green flag and waved it at Micah.
Were you terrified?
I was terrified
Why were you terrified?
because after that, I saw the crane topple over its own weight. The panic and screaming of all the workers was just so scary.
What was Artie doing?
Artie had his hands raised in what looked like terror, but he was blowing in the wind because when he was next to the crane, he was just done.
When did you come across Artie's note written to Reese?
After he died, I went through his possessions finding the note, but I gave it to Reese because that's who it was addressed to.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense, cross-examination?
You talked about how Artie had his hands raised in terror. You said that, right?
That's correct.
But in your witness statement, you said terror or victory. Why would he have his hands up in victory?
Well, he wanted them to move. He didn't want this crane, like the project, to go through.
In your witness statement, you had mentioned most of the trenchers moving on after hearing about Project C, correct?
That's correct.
But you and Artie then decided to stay and fight for what you considered your home,
Yes,
even though you were trespassing on government land.
that's correct.
And it's true Artie had a medication for some type of mental health issue, but refused to take it?
I do not know the answer to that.
Your Honor, I would like to admit her witness statement as evidence.
All right, may I see a copy of the statement? Commonwealth, do you have a copy of the statement? No, that's okay. I don't need a copy from you. I just want to make sure you've seen the statement. Okay. hang on just a second here. Okay. So, council, I've got 2 pages of a statement. Are there more than 2 pages to the complete statement? Okay, may I go ahead and have the complete statement? Parties, I'm going to mark the statement of London Packard as exhibit number 1. So, council, my understanding is your interest in the statement at this time is there is a specific statement that is contained in exhibit number 1 that you anticipated from the witness, but you did not receive that answer to that question. Okay. So, bailiff, if you would return exhibit number 1 to council. Counselor, if you would like to, no, to him, that's fine. Thank you. Counsel, if you would like to read the statement, not just the sentence you're interested in, as part of a question, and ask if the witness remembers making that, and if that is a fact, you may do so. But I'm not going to admit exhibit 1 at this time.
He was supposed to be on some medication for mental problems, but he thought that was a against him, so he rarely took it. Is your memory, do you remember that?
Yes.
You also mentioned you had thought to see RT by the crane the day of the lift. Is this true?
Yes.
If that statement is true, that means RT had full access to mess with the crane and cause malfunctions, correct?
Yes.
And didn't RT say that he would destroy the project?
That's what he was trying to do, yes.
And isn't it true that RT attempted to attack Emerson?
Yes.
And yet you called him harmless.
Well, he was harmless to us.
Well, harmless to you, but the same question. That means that he could have been harmful to Project Z.
Correct.
Is it also true RT threatened to kill himself during the sit-in to make it extra dramatic?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to admit exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Okay, what are we marking it as exhibit number 2?
RT's manifesto.
Okay. Bailiff, if you'll grab what we're going to mark as exhibit number 2 and show it to the Commonwealth attorneys to make sure that they have in fact seen that document. And then if you'd go ahead and bring it to the bench. Counsel, I don't recall, is Artie Dent going to testify today?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, he's unavailable, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes. I apologize. He's quite unavailable. Okay. Counsel, are you going to use this document with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibit number 2, Artie Dent's master plan?
No, Your Honor.
So for both sides, we're going to mark exhibit 2 as Artie's master plan. Bailiff, if you would return that to the council. Having no objection, exhibit number 2, Artie's master plan, is admitted into evidence as exhibit number 2. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. In your testimony, you talked about Artie's manifesto, correct?
Yes.
In his manifesto, Artie called the crane an alien machine. Is this correct?
Yes.
Also in his manifesto, he said, "This wrench in the works will allow me to rage against the alien machine." And from the earlier question, we already established that Mr. Dent called the crane an alien machine. This sounds quite a bit like he was going to attack the machine, doesn't it?
That's correct.
In Artie's manifesto, he said, "This trench, this strong line dug deep in the sand, is where I will take my final stand." Do you think it is possible that he wanted to destroy the crane and doing so was planning to kill himself?
Yep, that could be it.
Is it true that you first became an adult in the late 1960s?
Yes.
So you said that you were around 20 in the 70s. So at the time of the accident, you were in your 60s.
That's correct.
Did you know that in the early 40s, the eyes start decaying?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you know that in the early 40s, your eyes start decaying?
No, I did not.
Doesn't that mean that your eyes have been decaying for over 20 years?
Yes.
You also said that you saw Tatum raise the green flag. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Was it raining very hard that day?
Yes.
Could the rain have distorted and blurred your vision?
Yes.
That being said, can you be completely certain it was Tatum who raised the flag?
No, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Even with how hard it was raining and your decaying eyes?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So as Exhibit 2 has been admitted into evidence, may we go ahead and keep it up here? That way I can send it back to the jury at the conclusion of the presentation of evidence. Okay, hang on, counsel. All right. Okay, that can go back with him. All right. So parties, the court has Exhibit 2 in evidence here at the bench. If either side desires to use Exhibit 2 further in the trial, please just ask to get it and the bailiff will deliver it to you for use. Commonwealth, do you have any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Witness, thank you for your testimony. You're reminded that you remain under oath and you should not discuss your testimony with anyone during the course of the proceedings. Thank you. Commonwealth, do you have another witness?
May Micah Stratton come up to the stand? Your Honor, would that be the defense side for them to do first? Would the defense call them up, or would Commonwealth call them up?
One moment, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it appears from the witness list furnished to the court in preparation for the case that a Reese Dentmer, excuse me, one moment. It looks like Mr. or Miss Denmer is designated as a defense witness. Defense counsel, does that sound correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth, do you have any concerns that the information you seek from this witness either cannot be obtained through cross-examination, or the inability to call this witness during your case in chief would be so prejudicial to your presentation of your case that you simply cannot wait for cross-examination in the defense case?
We can wait, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm not bullying you. If you just have to talk to this witness right now, I will we'll need to take a short recess and make sure that that everything is set for both sides. But if you just have to, then you just have to, as a layman might say.
So, Your Honor, would the next witness be called up by the defense, or would it be called up by the prosecution?
So that is up to you. I can only tell you that on the witness lists that were submitted to the court in preparation for trial today, I see government witnesses of Emerson Turnkin and London Packard. I have defense witnesses as Micah Stratton, Reese Dentmer, and potentially the defendant if he chooses to waive his right to remain silent.
The defense can call up the next witness.
Okay. In that case, do I understand that the Commonwealth rests its case in chief at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does either side need a brief recess before the defense begins its case in chief? Okay. Commonwealth? Okay. All right. In that case, defense, are you prepared to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please do.
Your Honor, we would like to call Reese Dentmer to the stand.
Your Honor, this will not fit on the white chair. Is there, can I put this on here?
You may, certainly.
Thank you.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please tell us your name.
My name is Reese Dentner.
What is your job?
I'm a journalist.
Do you have any experience in journalism? If so, please elaborate for us.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in English and a master's degree in journalism.
What is your relationship to this case?
I was doing a story on Franklin's Trench and Project Z.
Your Honor, I would like to admit Exhibit 3.
Okay. Bailiff, if you would get what is offered for as exhibit number 3 for identification and present it to the Commonwealth to ensure they've seen this document. Okay, and then approach the bench. All right, thanks. Counselor, did you say you were offering this?
What did you say?
I'm sorry. Are you offering this into evidence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the purpose?
To defend the defendant, I guess. Sorry.
Okay. Are there specific statements in this exhibit that you want in evidence before the jury, or is it offered for something like its impact on the defendant's mental state or some other witness's mental state?
It is to be presented into evidence to the jury, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, would you be able to, so I see that exhibit number 3 for identification appears to be a published article by the witness who's presently on the stand. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you be able to question the witness and ask the witness questions that could elicit the information in this article?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Bailiff, if you would return Exhibit 3 for identification back to the counselor so that he can use it. Both sides I've marked Exhibit 3 for identification as the Philly.com article labeled Trench Warfare, consisting of 3 pages. Counselor, we're not going to admit that at this time, but please do feel free to ask the witness as the author of that article questions that elicit those facts, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you tell us, is it okay if she shows the witness what this is?
Oh, certainly. Please do.
Thank you. Can you tell us what that was?
That was my article, Trench Warfare.
Is it okay if I read part of your article and you tell us if that is indeed what you wrote?
Yes.
You said on the last line of the first paragraph and the first line of the second paragraph. May I read it, Your Honor?
Well, I don't want to unduly delay the proceedings, but is there a way you could ask a question about the general subject of what those sentences say that would cause the witness to say what that, not what it says, but to tell the jury the same thing as what you're trying to get from the article?
Thank you, Your Honor. Was Franklin's Trench ignored?
Yes.
What did Tatum do to Franklin's Trench?
Could you repeat the question?
What did Tatum Zillias do to Franklin Trench?
Could you repeat that one more time?
What did Tatum Zillias do to Franklin's Trench?
He wanted to develop housing.
In your art, did you think this was a good idea?
Yes.
Thank you. May I also ask, what did you hear Grace Hopper say with your long-range microphone?
That she allowed the crane lifts.
How many minor injuries were there compared to major injuries on the job site?
Almost all of the injuries were minor.
Did Tatum pay for workers' compensation to those who had suffered injuries?
Yes, he paid for all of them. Even when people faked injuries, he still paid them.
Did you know Mr. Dent?
Yes.
Did he slow the construction speed?
Yes, he would cause damage to the work site.
Your Honor, I would like to admit... Wait, never mind, sorry. I already admitted that. Is it okay if I refer back to exhibit number 2?
Certainly. Would you like to have it on hand?
No, I would like to question the witness about it.
Certainly. Please do.
Can you tell us what, no, never mind, you won't know. May the witness see the exhibit number 2?
Certainly. Bailiff.
Can you tell us what that was?
That was Artie's manifesto.
May you bring it back up to her so that she can read the last point? Can you please read the last point of it?
Yes. The answer is simple. A trench, I can't see the side. Okay, thank you. A trench coat martyr, blood that will forever stain this strained project. A spot that can never be washed out. A mark on what will always be the home of the trenchers of Franklin.
Since you have read that, and since you have also read that many times before, can you please tell us what the main point sounded like?
Yes, it sounded like Artie wanted to take down the crane and that he was planning on killing himself.
And for my final question, do you think that Tatum Zillias is a murderer?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, do you have a cross-examination for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. You call yourself a finder of truths, correct?
Did you ask a question?
Shall I repeat the question?
Could you repeat the question?
You call yourself a finder of truths, correct?
Yes.
You also say you're a teller of tales, correct?
Yes.
You said that you like to find truth and tell tales while selling copies, correct?
Yes.
You said that you had been accused of illegal business in London, right?
Yeah.
What was the illegal business?
People had accused me of trying to hack emails of the royal family.
Objection, Your Honor. These facts are irrelevant. The testimony is irrelevant to the facts of this case.
Okay. Counsel, what's your reply? What's the relevance of the witness's answer that you're eliciting?
There's a word that I'm trying to think of right now. Her reliance, or her, how we can trust her, if we can trust her.
Okay. We're going to constructively excuse the jury for a moment so that we can address a short legal issue between the parties. As I understand it, this witness, based on testimony the court has already received, was accused but not convicted of an act that may or may not have been punishable under law, and the specific act was cyber hacking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additional facts known to you about the way that offense was committed that would suggest that the witness's character for truthfulness is impacted? In other words, were they deceitful in the manner in which they hacked a computer, or did they deceive someone in gaining access to the machines, or is this witness just a talented hacker who wrote a script that hacked computers in England?
Can you restate your question?
Yeah, so oftentimes a hacker is just somebody who's really smart at writing code, and they understand how computer hardware works and the interface between those two. And they don't have to deceive anybody in the course of going in and stealing information out of a computer. That would be one thing. But if the witness, say, somehow said something or did something to convince someone in order to give them access to the computer system, or did something that would be on its face dishonest, that would be something different. So before we get into any details you're gonna go into, was there something inherently dishonest in what they did? I realize the allegation is that a crime was committed, but apart from the crime being committed, was it a crime that inherently involved dishonesty in some way?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So with that in mind, and I'm not leading you anyway, I want you to make your argument. Tell me how the fact, so is your assertion that all criminals are untrustworthy, or is it that there's something about this particular crime that makes this witness untrustworthy, or computer hackers in general?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so is the point kind of that just generally speaking criminals are untrustworthy?
Yes.
Okay. Was this witness ever convicted of any crime?
Yes.
Okay.
But we will get to that going down further through the testimony.
Okay, so they were convicted of a different crime
They
that's
were.
unrelated to what we're discussing right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, are you going to have an objection to the introduction of evidence or testimony about this other crime of which the witness was convicted, or is that going to be admissible without objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Objection on hearsay.
Okay. Before I bring the jury back in so that they don't have to constructively come and go, which takes time, let's go ahead and take up both of these prior bad acts and convictions now, and then we'll just bring the jury back in and we'll know which way we're going to go. So let's go ahead and move on from the cyber hacking at this time, and go ahead and tell me about the crime of which the witness was actually convicted.
Before we move on,
Yes, sir.
Would it be hearsay if her testimony is evidence?
We're talking about a witness statement?
Mm-hmm. This was mentioned in Reese Dentner's witness statement.
Okay, so we could, as we did with London Packard's statement, which is Exhibit 1 for identification, we can label it and you can offer it into evidence. I assume that that is going to draw some objection, because any objection that would apply to your asking the witness would apply to the document as well, in addition to additional objections that are raised by the admittance of a document. So it's easier, all of that is to say it's easier just to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead and I'm not going to rule it quite yet on the hacking, but let's talk about the crime of which the witness was convicted, and tell me about that, and we'll take that up now.
Shall I continue until the
No. The jury is actually out right now. It's just the lawyers and the judge. So we're going to go through the legal mechanics of this briefly. That way, when you get to cross-examine the witness about the crime of which they were committed, the other side will know whether you and the other side will know whether you're allowed to ask about it or not.
Continue with the rest of the witness statement. Just continue with the questions, or continue.
No.
Directly right now.
Yep. Don't even ask any other questions. Just tell me, what was this witness actually convicted of?
She was convicted of violation of privacy in New York.
Okay. How did she commit that offense?
She was looking through people's trash cans.
Okay. Bargain hunters everywhere, beware. Okay, and is that the only thing she was convicted of?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How long ago was that conviction? It's okay if you don't have it.
I do not have that.
Okay, that's
as
fine.
of right now.
So defense, so that the court gets the ruling correct, are you aware of how long ago or the year of the conviction?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is either side aware of whether the conviction was a misdemeanor or a felony in the jurisdiction of New York?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I think it does say the year in the witness statement.
Okay.
But I do not have the witness statement with me as of right now.
Okay. Co-counsel, can you help him out?
Thank you. So it doesn't say exactly when she moved. She says that she moves to Philly in 2003.
Okay.
Because of a misunderstanding in New York's state rules regarding the trespassing and sifting through the residents' trash.
Okay. All right. All right. Defense, what was going to be the basis of did you say hearsay is the basis of your objection to admission of the conviction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you tell me how you think it's hearsay? So is the statement, it's in a document, is that right? And that document was made not in this courtroom, not right now?
Yes,
and it's being offered, it's offered for the truth of what it says, which is that there was a conviction. Okay, that's why you think it's hearsay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what we'll do is I'm going to overrule the defense's objections on both counts. Counselor, you'll be permitted to ask the witness about both the prior bad act and the conviction. You are warned not to go too far down the path, however, because then it may lead us down a road that just gets us to somewhere we don't need to be. I will constructively give the jury a limiting instruction that instructs them as to how such acts may be used and the probative value of them, particularly if they are a number of years old, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay, bailiff will constructively bring the jury back in. Witness, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, counselor, please pick up where you left off.
You said you moved to Philadelphia. Is this true?
Yes.
Why did you move to Philadelphia?
Because I left. Could you repeat the question?
Why did you move to Philadelphia?
I do not know.
What rules did you misunderstand?
Could you repeat the question?
What rules did you misunderstand, excuse me?
I can't understand you.
Witness, one moment, please. Counsel, did you have something?
Yes. Objection, Your Honor. Question. And this is calling prior to no answer.
Counselor, maybe this is a cross-examination, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perhaps tell the witness what rule they misunderstood, and then have them explain that they misunderstood that rule in doing whatever it is they did.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid having yes/no questions, so I thought I would just skip the
No.
question.
Present your case. Don't skip anything.
Okay.
Objection is overruled. Proceed.
May I ask a question to you that we skipped over previously?
Could you repeat the question?
Sorry. Why did you move to Philadelphia?
Because I left New York.
Okay. Where did you hear about Zillias' construction record?
Could you repeat the question?
Where did you hear about Zillias' construction record?
OCIS.
So you began to target Zillias when you hired another questionable source of information, correct?
Yes.
Is it true that you trespassed again by going into Tatum's previous sites?
Yes.
He did own the sites, correct?
Yes.
Did he allow you into them personally?
No.
So you trespassed on his property, correct?
Yes.
When you heard that Tatum was buying Franklin's Trench, is it true you called it journalistic gold?
Yes.
When you found the squatters living in Franklin's Trench, you called them perfect sources, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was the most interesting squatter, in your opinion?
Artie Dent.
Why was he the most interesting to you?
Could you repeat the question?
Why was he the most interesting squatter to you?
Because he was obsessed with thought of losing his home. He wanted to protect it.
Did you use his obsession as a way to report on the trench?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you use his obsession as a way to report on the trench?
Yes.
You said that in January, Zillias took over and that you began to survey conversations, right?
Yes.
Did you hear Tatum yell at Emerson for being behind?
Yes.
What did he say to Emerson?
Counselor? Okay, so you're saying that the answer to counsel's question will be hearsay. He's calling for hearsay. Okay.
I don't think it'd be hearsay if she said it herself.
So, that's interesting for more reasons than you can know, Counselor.
Okay. Is this
So
too loud?
The witness made this statement outside of court, is that correct?
No, she said it in her witness statement, so...
But that statement was made out of court, right? It's not sworn testimony taken by a court reporter?
Yes.
Is it sworn testimony?
It is sworn testimony, but I don't... I think all of these witness statements are sworn testimony.
Okay. But the witness is available for trial, because we're talking to her, right? So instead of asking, is there some value in the fact that it's in the statement, or could you just ask the witness a question that would elicit the answer you want?
So instead, should I say...
Okay, hang on. So we're going to constructively remove the jury. Go ahead and tell me what you believe the answer is going to be.
He was just talking about time being the most important and that they can pay for anything but time.
Okay. Defense, is your objection to the fact that the statement itself is hearsay, or the statements of the witness, the document is hearsay, or is your objection that the person to whom that quote is attributed to the defendant, is that right? Who made the statement you just read? I mean, I realize it's in this witness's witness statement, but it wasn't the witness who uttered those words. Who uttered those words? The defendant?
The defendant.
Okay. So defense, is your objection to hearsay to the statement or to the fact that your client ostensibly said those words? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So the defendant is a party to this case, and therefore any statements that he made are not hearsay. They are exclusions to the hearsay rule. So you may proceed, and the witness may testify to anything she personally heard the defendant say. Let's constructively bring back in the jury. Counselor, please continue.
Okay.
Objection is
Thank you,
overruled.
Your Honor. Should I continue at that question?
You may re-ask that question.
What did he say to Emerson?
That time was the only thing that mattered.
Can you say that one more time?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you say your answer one more time?
I can't understand you.
Counselor, I'm not sure the court or the jury heard the answer to the last question. Will you repeat the last question?
What did he say to Emerson?
That time was the only thing that mattered.
Can you repeat that?
Counselor, hang on. So, witness, the fact that can you hear me okay, witness?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Okay. So the fact that you're testifying remotely makes it a little bit more difficult to understand you than if you were sitting in the courtroom today. If you could speak just a touch more slowly and more clearly so the jury can understand your testimony, it would be helpful. Thank you. Counselor, go ahead and repeat your question. And then witness, if you could just speak a little more slowly and clearly, please.
That time was the thing that mattered.
Okay. All right, go ahead and proceed.
Yes.
Okay, witness, we're having a technical issue. If you'll just wait one moment while we sort this out. The court reporter is nudging me that she can't hear to take down the evidence. Can we figure out what's going on? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, if I could have court personnel who are experts in IT, please give us a hand. Greatly appreciated.
Your Honor.
So, witness, we have court personnel working on the counsel's microphone, and it will be fixed here in just one moment, and we'll resume, okay?
Okay, I can actually understand him better when he does not have the microphone.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite catch that question.
I said that I can understand him better when he's not using a microphone.
Oh, I think you mentioned about the battery. You are correct, it's a battery issue.
Testing. Okay.
Okay, witness, can you hear the counselor? Counselor, go ahead and just do a test.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
great. And counselor, if you would just ask your last question, and we'll pick up from there.
Is it true that a fence was put up to keep Artie out?
Could you repeat the question? The connection froze.
Is it true that a fence was put up to keep Artie out?
Yes.
How did he get back in?
With wire cutters.
Who put the wire cutters there?
Me.
So you gave him the tools to get back into the site, to continue taking notes for your own needs.
Yes.
But you were also interested in Artie because of his efforts to save his home, right?
Yes.
You also used his efforts to report for your article, right?
Yes.
Where were you the morning of August 31st?
In Philly.
Could you be a little bit more specific?
Could you repeat the question?
Where were you the morning of August 31st?
I am not able to say.
Excuse me?
She's
I don't
thinking.
know.
Go ahead, witness. Witness, the question to you is, where were you on August 31st?
The morning.
The morning of August 31st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Okay. In your witness statement, it says that you were on a morning show on the morning of August 31st, talking about the trench warfare's success. Your Honor, was I allowed to say that?
You're fine.
Okay. My next question is, so you were reaping the rewards from Artie's effort to save his home.
Could you repeat the question? The connection froze.
Counsel, hang on a second. Witness, are you having difficulty hearing the counsel because his volume is too low or because he's coming in a little muffled?
Definitely muffled, Your Honor.
Okay, so ironically, the closer you hold it to your mouth, the more difficult it is for her to hear it. So,
So speak
go ahead.
more like this?
Well, you just have the mic a little further away from your mouth, and if she can't hear you, she'll let us know that you're too soft.
Okay. So you were reaping the rewards from Artie's effort to save his home, correct?
Yes.
During the second lift, could you hear anything?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you ever go to Franklin's Trench later that day?
Yes.
So during the second lift, could you hear anything?
Yes, I heard metal straining from the crane.
Did you hear a conversation between Grace and Zillias?
Yes.
During the construction process, you used the people that lived on it as ways to make money and repair your reputation, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Defense, do you have any redirect of this witness? Okay. Defense, would you like to call your next witness? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that.
I would like to call Micah Stratton.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give the court and the jury today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Tell us about yourself.
My name is Micah Stratton, and I have a mechanical engineering degree from Drexel University.
What was your job on the construction site?
I was the crane operator with Fighting Phil.
Tell us about Fight and Fill and your experience with it.
I have been working with Fighting Phil for over 18 years.
How often did you inspect Fight and Fill and replace bad parts?
Every 3 months, we would take him down and do a full inspection. We would check for metal fatigue and broken and worn parts.
Have you ever had any major accidents with Fight and Fill before this?
No.
Was Tatum originally going to use Fight and Fill on his site?
No, he was going to use a smaller crane, but I told him that a bigger crane would be better, and he decided to go with Fighting Phil, even though it would cost him much more.
Were there any issues with the roof panels?
Yes, they were 150 tons over Fighting Phil's max engineering load.
Can a crane actually lift more than its maximum engineering load?
Yes, but the failure rating is set at 85%.
What was its real max engineering load?
3,200 tons.
So does that mean that the panels were actually 300 tons under Phil's real max engineering load?
Yes.
Do you need special permission to do lifts over that 85% of Phil's max load?
Yes, you would need city permission, and we wrote to the city, but we never heard back.
So does that mean that the lift wasn't disapproved?
Yes.
Has Fight and Phil ever done loads above 2,750 tons before Project C?
Yes, he has done some in the 90s.
And what were those weights?
Between 2,800 and 3,000.
And how did those lifts go?
Pretty good.
Did you inspect Fight and Phil before August 31st, 2012?
Yes, in April we did a full inspection, and by mid-April he was good as new.
On August 31st, 2012, did you specifically do any safety checks on Fight and Phil before the lifts? And how did the crane look?
Yes, that morning I went through all my pre-lift checklists, and Fighting Phil was looking very good.
What was your communicated opinion on the lift on August 31st?
I told Grace that the wind and the rain were both in Fighting Phil's 100% tolerance.
Your Honor, I would like to admit an exhibit into evidence.
Okay. What's the exhibit?
It is the technical and engineering spec sheets for Fight and Phil.
Okay, do you have a copy?
Yes.
If you'll hand it to the bailiff. Bailiff, if you'll show it to the Commonwealth attorneys to make sure that it is what they've seen previously. Commonwealth, you've seen this document before?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
So right now, let's just turn that demonstrative exhibit. You don't have to move the easel, but turn the demonstrative exhibit around so that the jury cannot see it. Right. This is a one-page document, counsel?
There's more, but this is all I need, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so Exhibit 4 for identification is marked as engineering tolerances of fight and fill. All right. Commonwealth, do you have any objection to the admission of this exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 4 for identification, engineering tolerance of fight and fill, is admitted into evidence as Exhibit 4. You can go ahead and return that to counsel for her use. Now, counsel, I understand that you have what I assume is an enlargement of that exhibit. Is that what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is the enlargement that you have identical to what I just admitted into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
No additional markings, no highlighting, no underlining, no nothing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. At this time, counsel, you may orient the easel and the demonstrative exhibit in any way you would like. You can put it anywhere you want, wherever you want to use it is fine, as long as opposing counsel can, if necessary, reposition themselves in the courtroom in order to see it, and as long as the jury can see it and they can follow along. Counselor, would you like the witness to step down from the witness stand to discuss this, or is she fine where she is?
She's fine where she is, Your Honor.
Okay. And you might, just as a preliminary matter, make sure the witness agrees that the jury seeing this demonstrative aid will assist them in understanding her testimony today. I'll ask it. Witness, you can see a demonstrative exhibit that's currently on the easel. Do you think that the jury would understand your testimony better if they could see this demonstrative exhibit while you're testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counselor, please continue.
Please identify what these are.
Fighting Phil's spec sheets for tolerance.
Please read what the winds were please read what the max threshold of sustained wind lift capacity was.
24 miles per hour.
Please read what the max threshold of wind gusts at lift capacity was.
30 miles per hour.
Your Honor, I would like to admit another exhibit into evidence.
Okay. So my understanding is the demonstrative exhibit we have right now is identical to exhibit number 4, which I believe we just admitted into evidence without objection. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we will not admit the enlargement because the actual document, the 8.5 by 11, is already in evidence. That will go back with the jury when they go to deliberate.
Yes, Your Honor. May I admit another exhibit into evidence?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Say again.
May I admit another exhibit
Oh,
into
certainly.
evidence?
Yes, what's this exhibit?
They are the weather reports from August 31st, 2012.
Okay. Bailiff, is a documentary
Yes.
evidence. Bailiff, would you go ahead and grab a copy of that from the defense, please, and show it to the Commonwealth Counsel? Okay. So I have received exhibit number 5 for identification. Now, counsel, if I remember correctly, and I'm old, so I don't remember much. This exhibit is the subject of one of the stipulations of fact in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see. And I believe under stipulation of fact number 11, this document is admissible without any further foundation or testimony required. Do I understand the stipulation of fact correctly, defense?
I think so, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, do I understand stipulation of fact number 11 correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, there's no objection to this exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so exhibit number 5 for identification is received into evidence as exhibit number 5. It is labeled weather reports on August 31st. Bailiff, if you would return that document to the counsel for her use. Counselor, you may proceed.
I also have enlargements of it, Your Honor.
Okay, have you shown those to opposing counsel?
No.
You can just literally hold them up and show them to them. Are they verbatim from what we just admitted into evidence as Exhibit 5?
Yes, they're the same things, Your Honor.
Okay, no markings, no highlighting, no underlining, no nothing, right?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you may go ahead and use those as you see fit, as long as they aren't destroyed before you can get them on the easel.
Can you please identify what these are?
The weather reports from August 31st.
Please read what the winds were at 12:05 p.m.
10 to 20 miles per hour.
Is this within Phil's tolerance?
Yes.
Please read what the winds were, what the wind gusts were at 12:05 p.m.
23 to 26 miles per hour.
Were these within Phil's tolerance?
Yes.
Please tell us what the winds were at 3:15 p.m.
25 to 27 miles per hour.
Please read what the wind gusts were at 3:15 p.m.
30 to 35 miles per hour.
Were either of these within Phil's tolerance?
No.
But what time did you start the second big lift of the day?
2:45.
So was this bad weather predicted after the second lift had already started?
Yes.
Tell me what was at stake if the storm hit the temporary roofing.
Months and months of hard work would be ruined.
Did the squatters interfere on the site on August 31st, 2012?
Yes. We found a wrench in Phil's gears and a fire axe went missing.
Tell us more about, did Grace ever completely stop the lift?
No.
Did she ever pause the lift?
Yes. For periods of time, which put a lot of unnecessary stress on the crane.
Tell us more about what happened when the crane fell.
During the second lift of the day, when Phil and I hit apex, the biggest gust of the day hit, and I heard the strut snap. And the next thing I can remember is waking up in the ER.
Would a fire axe have been able to do any harm on the construction site that day?
Yes, if somebody had chopped the hydraulics at the wrong time, it could have slowed Phil down enough to tip him over.
During the whole project, had there been any mishaps on the site besides the collapse of Phil?
Yes, but they were minor.
Can you give examples of the minor mishaps?
Tools being laid down wrong, people tripping, but we wouldn't like step on a rotary axe or something like that.
Did Fight and Phil fall due to small everyday mishaps like you just mentioned?
No.
Can a construction site ever be fully safe?
No, a construction site can't be completely safe. That's why we wear hard hats.
In Tatum's instance, was the collapse of the crane his punishment for his desire to do a good thing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Commonwealth, cross-examination. Counsel, if you would hand the bailiff exhibits 4 and 5 so the court can keep them in evidence. No, not the enlargements, the actual 8.5 by 11s. All right, thank you.
You claim to inspect Phil every 3 months, correct?
Yes.
You also said that Phil hadn't been in any major accidents, but had a few minor ones, right?
Yes.
What were those minor accidents?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
I don't believe I've heard what counsel's getting after, so overruled, counsel. Please ask the question again.
What were those minor accidents?
I do not have knowledge to answer that question.
May I submit Micah's witness statement as evidence? They do say what the accidents are.
Okay. Counselor, perhaps you could, this is cross-examination and you're permitted to lead, perhaps you could tell the witness what those statements are in question format and have her adopt them.
Okay. In your witness statement, you do say that there was a cable snap drop. Is that correct?
Yes.
Also, in your witness statement, you said that the snap drop happened because of Phil hadn't been inspected for 5 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you also said that you inspect him every 3 months.
Yes.
So do you inspect him every 3 months, or does he go not inspected for 5 months?
We inspect him every 3 months.
Okay. You also said that Emerson was making you lift heavy loads while squatters were present, right?
Can you repeat that question?
In your witness statement, you said that Emerson was making you lift heavy loads because of this, while squatters were present, right?
Yes.
You also said that they would purposefully walk under them, correct?
Yes.
So was it Emerson's fault that they were endangering themselves?
Sure.
In January, Zillias cut down safety sweeps, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if Emerson ever approved of these cuts?
No.
Did anything precede the safety cuts?
No.
In your statement, you also said that accidents preceded your safety cuts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Since Zillias cut down the time on safety sweeps, and you don't know exactly if it was approved by Emerson, would you say that Zillias was in more control, or was OCIS in control?
Zillias.
How heavy were the panels originally supposed to be?
2,300 tons.
In April, what did the panels end up weighing?
2,900 tons.
You also said that if the crane makes an over max capacity lift, it sets the general fail rate at 85%, correct?
Yes.
Yet, fill max capacity was 2,750 tons, correct?
Yes.
So the lift was 150 tons over the limit, right?
Yes.
Did Zillias tell you that the panels could weigh more than expected before contracting you?
Can you repeat that question?
Did Zillias tell you the panels could weigh more than expected before contracting you?
No.
You requested permission from the city for the overload engineering tolerance, correct?
Yes.
Did they ever respond?
No.
Phil has done over max capacity lifts before, right?
Yes.
There were complications though, right?
Yes.
One of the complications had been a broken hydraulic line as well, correct?
Yes.
Phil was also inspected in April, correct?
Yes.
Was this the last time you inspected Phil before the lifts in August?
April.
You said Zillias had an October deadline, correct?
Yes.
You also said the deadline pressured him, correct?
Yes.
On August 31st, you claimed to have inspected Phil and the site while going through the checklist, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you complete your checklist?
Yes.
After you started lifting, you said you were forced to hold the panel for 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
Closer to the beginning of the project, you said that the squatters also forced you to hold the crane still for extended amounts of time. Is that true?
Yes.
When you held the crane for the squatters, you said it put unnecessary strain on the crane, right?
Yes.
This time is no different. Is that right?
Yes.
You said after the first lift was over, the weather became a concern, correct?
Yes.
You also said you called the manager's office, right?
Yes.
You called the office because you were worried, correct?
Yes.
Who picked up the phone?
I do not have knowledge to answer this question.
In your witness statement, you said that Emerson picked up the phone. Is that true?
Yes.
Did he tell you to continue?
No.
Who told you to continue?
Zillias.
Would you say that he told you to proceed on account of pressure?
Sure.
At 2:15, Grace called, correct?
Yes.
She called because she was worried about the weather as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
You responded saying that Phil had a 100% tolerance. Was that true?
Yes.
Yet earlier you said that with the winds and the load, he had an 85% fail rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you also said that, no, sorry. What time was the second red flag raised?
Three o'clock.
Is it true that you called Grace after the second red flag?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the winds and the rain were all in Phil's 100% tolerance.
Did they do another full site sweep after the second red flag?
No.
Do you know why they didn't? Hold on. Why didn't they do another full site sweep?
I do not know.
After you given the green flag, you continued, right?
Yes.
Then about 5 minutes later, the crane began to fail, right?
Yes.
Before the crane began to fall, the low hydraulic pressure light turned on, correct?
Yes.
You said for weeks you pondered the failure of Phil, correct?
Yes.
What did you conclude was the culprit for the failure of fighting Phil?
I do not know.
Is it true that you blamed Is it true that you blamed the collapse of fighting Phil on the squatter?
Yes.
You also said that the load was overweight, correct?
Yes.
Last time you dealt with an overweight load, the hydraulic snapped, correct?
Yes.
This time you said that you saw the low hydraulic pressure light begin to flash, correct?
Yes.
Well, what about the fact that the crane wasn't inspected for 5 months before lifting?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Could the fact that the crane hadn't been inspected for 5 months before lifting contributed to the fall of fighting fill.
Sure.
You also said that the crane's cable snapped because it hadn't been inspected for 5 months, correct?
Yes.
You said that while workers were changing shifts, you were forced to stop and hold the load there for about half an hour, right?
Yes.
Did holding the overweight load put unnecessary strain on the crane, like when you had to hold it for the squatters?
Yes.
Did you get permission from the city to continue with the overweight panel?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, any redirect of this witness? Okay. Witness, thank you for your testimony. You're reminded that you remain under oath and not to discuss your testimony with anyone during the course of the proceedings. Thank you. Defense, do you have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name for us today?
Tatum Zillias.
Can you tell us about your childhood?
I was born to a homeless mother and father. I was a squatter just like the people in Franklin's Trench.
Mr. Zillias, can you tell us about your educational background?
I finished my college degree in 2009 and earned an MBA with it.
Your Honor, I'd like to admit a piece of evidence.
Okay. Go ahead and have it marked as an exhibit for identification. Bailiff, if you'll go grab that and shuttle it over to the Commonwealth attorneys.
Can you tell us what this is a drawing?
Sorry. Hang on. All right. For both sides, Exhibit 6 is for identification is the artistic rendering of Franklin's Trench. Bailiff, please return that to the council. Counselor, what did you want to use this for at this time? Okay. Hang on. So you're going to ask the witness questions based on that sketch?
Yes.
Okay. Commonwealth, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Can you tell us what this is a drawing of, Mr. Zillias?
Wait. Sorry. Did you want to admit Exhibit 6 for identification into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Commonwealth, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 6 for identification, the artistic drawing of Franklin's Trench is admitted as Exhibit 6. And Counselor, I understand you also have an enlargement of this exhibit. Sorry, the court reporter has got to take down a verbal answer. The court reporter has to take down a verbal answer. So I understand you have an enlargement of this exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is that enlargement, just I know you're about to use it. Has the opposing counsel seen it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is it identical to what we just admitted into evidence? No markings, no drawings, no highlighting, no nothing else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And witness, do you feel that discussing the demonstrative exhibit, the enlargement, would aid the jury in understanding your testimony today? Okay. Counselor, please proceed.
Can you tell us what this is a drawing of, Mr. Zillias?
Project Z.
Can
Can you tell us a little bit more about Project Z and what it is?
It was supposed to be my masterpiece,
Tell us, what was your goal of Project Z?
to make affordable housing for the homeless.
When you first started Project Z, did you have permits in hand?
Yes.
Can you please tell us how Project Z was funded?
From my own pocket and from the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Why did you want to spend your own money on this project?
Because I wanted to help people who were less fortunate. Because of the situation I grew up in, I was just trying to make the world a better place.
How were you able to finally help your mom?
I bought her a house. I was finally able to buy a safe and stable place for my mom to live.
What measures did you take to ensure safety on the job site?
I ordered safety sweeps and briefings after every shift change and followed what the code required.
Can you explain to us why you hired Emerson Turnkin?
Because she knows safety sweeps and can do them quickly without endangering workers.
What were the instructions you gave to Emerson?
To follow the code and protect the workers.
Can you explain to us why you were in such a rush to get the roofs on?
Because if the roofing panels were ruined by the rain, then the affordable housing, it would be longer before the affordable housing was ready for the people who needed them.
Are you an expert on crane operations?
No, that's what I hired Micah for.
There are a lot of cranes out there. Tell us, was there a better crane for the job?
No.
What did Micah tell you regarding the heavy lifts?
He said he had done them before and he was confident he could do them again.
Would you consider Micah an expert on that?
Yes.
Did you order a safety sweep on the day of the lift?
Yes.
Did you do all the sweeps that the code required?
Yes.
Help us get a picture on what happened on the site. Were squatters seen messing around the crane?
Yes, there were multiple occasions where squatters were seen lingering around Fight and Fill.
So he could have tampered with Phil, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive a response from the city about the permission for the revised lift plan?
No.
Your Honor, I would like to omit Exhibit 7. Is that right?
Okay, let's go ahead and have this exhibit for identification marked. Bailiff, if you would grab it from council and show it to the Commonwealth's attorney, please. All right.
Your Honor, isn't that already admitted into evidence?
That's what I'm looking at right now, thank you. Okay, so indeed what was proposed for marking as Exhibit 7 for identification does appear to be identical with what has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 5, the weather reports on August 31st. Commonwealth, do you agree that this proposed exhibit is identical to the one already admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Bailiff, if you would return that to council. And are you going to use the physical copies in your examination of the witness? Yeah. Okay, so Bailiff, if you would also take Exhibit 5 that has been admitted into evidence and hand it to counsel for his use. Counsel, you may use Exhibit 5 in the course of your examination. Please proceed.
At 12:05, what was the wind forecasted to be?
10 to 20 miles per hour, which was still within Phil's tolerance.
When did the weather report show it was going to be worse?
Not until 3:15.
Your Honor, I would like to admit Exhibit 7 into evidence.
So council exhibit, we don't need to mark exhibit 7 because it's already exhibit 5 and it's already in evidence, so you can go ahead and continue to use it.
No, it's a new exhibit.
Oh, it's a new exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Bailiff, please go get the new proposed exhibit 7 for identification. Council, just give me one moment, I apologize. Okay. Parties Exhibit 7 for identification is the final OCIS report regarding the collapse of Fight and Phil. Bailiff, if you would return that to council. Counselor, you're offering that into evidence at this time?
Yes.
Commonwealth, do you have any objection to this report? No, Your Honor. Okay. Exhibit 7 for identification is so admitted as Exhibit 7. Counselor, you may proceed.
According to the OCIS report, what time was the second lift?
2:45.
And what time was the weather report amended to show increased wind?
3:15.
So were you aware of the higher winds when you began?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Commonwealth, cross-examination.
You said you're the owner of Project Z, correct?
Yes.
Did you complete any other construction projects prior to Franklin's Trench?
Yes.
How did they go?
Good.
Okay. Were they sold?
Yes.
Okay. What was the quality of the materials used?
Wasn't the best.
Why did you choose public housing?
Because I wanted to make affordable housing for people.
Would you say you did it solely to end urban blight?
Could you please repeat the question?
Would you say you did it to solely end urban blight?
No.
Okay. You sold the Trenchers' home, or you bought the Trenchers' home for $1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that you had an incentive to be done by October of 2012?
Yes.
If you did finish by that deadline, what would happen?
Project Z would receive a bonus that would make it profitable.
You said you hired Emerson to cut necessary corners, right?
Yes.
Before you hired him, did you know if he was aware of your expectations?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you hired a Japanese firm to make the solar panels, correct?
Yes.
How much did these panels cost you?
Millions of dollars.
Would you say that they cost the rest of Project Z's public money?
Yes.
Okay. If you used all the project's money on the panels, how did you fund the project?
From my own pocket.
Okay. You said that you looked into the specifications of Fighting Phil. Is that true?
Yes.
After you began the project, you contacted the Japanese firm, correct?
Yes.
Did the panels come to be the same weight as you told Micah they would be?
Yes.
So originally, you told him that they would be 2,300 tons. What did they turn out to be?
The panels were 2,900, and I told Micah that once I got the information from the Japanese firm, I told Micah that they would be 2,900.
Okay. In January, you visited the site, correct?
Yes.
You said in your witness statement that the construction was barely started, right?
Yes.
Didn't Emerson say that the squatters were sabotaging the work?
Yes.
So then why did you scold him for being behind on the construction if he had a reasonable explanation?
Because the squatters' efforts were posing no real threat to the work.
Is it true that you began to supervise the site after January?
Yes.
Why did you get frustrated when OCIS lauded Emerson's safety work that you ordered him to continue?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Why did you get frustrated when OCIS lauded Emerson's safety work that you ordered him to continue?
Because it would delay the project getting done.
While you began to supervise the site, you also cut safety sweeps down and briefings down, correct?
Yes.
Did OCIS give you any warnings?
Yes.
How are the workers responding to all of this? Did you give them a boost in morale?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Did you give the workers a boost in morale because of the extensions to their?
Yes.
Okay. So you covered up all the violations and citations with workers' comp, which wasn't already given to them?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. So you covered up all the violations and citations with workers' compensation, which wasn't already given to them.
Yes.
Okay. In April, you were surprised to hear that the panel was overweight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you surprised if you knew the panel weight before they were finished?
Because I didn't know how we were going to lift them.
What was Micah's response to the panel weight?
He said he had done lifts over weight lifts before.
Can you repeat that?
Micah said he had done overweight lifts before.
Okay. Did he receive any extra payment for keeping the crane running longer than the panel? Keeping the crane running longer and for the panels?
Yes.
Okay. You told Emerson to write to the city once you knew the panel weight came in, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell him to do so when you first knew about the weight of the panels?
I don't know.
Okay. By August, the panels arrived, correct?
Yes.
Were you given news about the hurricane?
Yes.
Why? Because the progress... Oh, excuse me. Were you nervous?
Yes.
Why? Because of the progress or the money that you invested?
Could you please repeat the question?
Why were you nervous? Because of the progress or the money?
Both.
Okay. Did you meet up with your crew to discuss the hurricane?
Yes.
Okay. Who was in the crew?
Emerson, Micah, and Grace Hopper.
Okay. When was it held?
August 30th.
Why did you plan for the hurricane the night before rather than maybe a week in advance?
Because Micah had told me that he was confident he could lift the overweight panels, and the current weather reports were within Phil's tolerance.
Okay. He said that before the meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have input at this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. What did you say?
I asked Grace to ask Micah for his opinion on the lifts and the weather.
What was the response? That Micah gave back to you.
He said he was worried that the weather might get worse, but yeah.
Okay. So he was worried, but then he was confident.
He was confident he could do the lifts, but he didn't want the weather to get worse.
Okay. When did the first panel get placed?
I don't know.
Okay. Was the first panel placed after the shift change?
Yes.
Okay. Why so late?
Because we were further behind than usual because a squatter had appeared on the site.
So Emerson was right about the squatter sabotaging the work.
Yes.
Okay. At 2 p.m., you said that Grace wanted to talk to Micah about a revised weather report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you stop her?
Because I knew if Micah didn't agree to do the lifts, then we weren't going to get them done, and the roofing would be ruined.
Did anyone talk to Micah about his opinions? Did you talk to Micah specifically about his opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Was he confident this time?
Yes.
Okay. Could Micah have been saying that he was confident in himself because of the extra money promised to him or her?
I don't know.
Okay. Before the crane collapsed, were there any noises that you heard?
I heard a straining of metal.
What happened right after?
The crane collapsed.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Defense, do you have any redirect for this witness? Defense, do you have any redirect for this witness? Any further questions for this witness? Defense? Thank you. Mr. Zillias, you may step down and resume your seat. Defense, do you have another witness to call? Okay, the defense rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
Government, I assume you have no rebuttal case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Government, as you bear the burden of proof, in this matter, you have the option in closing arguments to go first or last. Which would you prefer? Okay, hang on. Are you ready to, are there any matters to take up before closing arguments? Commonwealth? Defense, anything to take up? We've called all our witnesses, we've admitted all our evidence that we're going to get in through the stingy judge anyway. Are we ready for closing then, Commonwealth? Defense, are you ready to close?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth, as you have elected to go first, you may proceed. And Commonwealth and Defense, for closing arguments, you are free to use your counsel table, you may use the lectern, and you are free to move about the well of the courtroom to address the jury.
My name is Gavin Bordoy, and I will be giving the closing arguments for this case. As we have seen by evidence and by testimony, Tatum's greed for money and his greed for speed caused the collapse of this crane. The trenchers lost the war veteran Artie and their haven for the outcast and downtrodden. The crane and the workers were pushed past their limits, and the city also lost their trusted government official, Grace. The trenchers lost the war veteran Artie and their haven for the outcast and downtrodden. Tatum argues that it isn't the trenchers' land, which is true, but it is his land and he owns it. As seen in evidence of contracts, he had bought the land for $1, leaving him responsible for anything that happens on the site and the land. Because of Tatum's greed for money and finishing fast as possible, He has killed Artie Dent in the crane's collapse and Grace while wrecking the home of the homeless. The crane and workers were also pushed past their limits. As said by crane expert Micah, the crane was cleaned and inspected 5 months before the lifts, which last time it was 5 months before the lift. The last time it was 5 months from inspection, the cables had snapped. Once the preventable disaster of the crane falling struck, the OCIS report given by Quinn Baxter, he inspected the site with the most notable violations being the metal fatigue found on the left buttress and the subpar crane inspection details. The workers were overworked just like the crane because Tatum had began second and third shifts once the site wasn't up to his level of speed. Tatum shattered OCIS code and the reputations of Micah, Emerson, and killed Grace Hopper. After several complaints from the site supervisor, Emerson Turnkin, about the workers' safety, the squatters' safety, and the dangerous environment of the site, Tatum still pushed his way through and recklessly kept constructing. After OCIS lauded Emerson's safety work, Tatum was furious. When Tatum saw the consequences of his actions, it was too late, and in an effort to save himself, he tried to blame the collapse on the others around him, like Artie and Emerson. The least that could be done is the conviction of Tatum Zillias. He pushed everyone to their limits, obliterated homes, and even killed a veteran, as well as a government official. If there's one thing that he should be held accountable for, it is his murders. I demand that Tatum is charged for 2 counts of third-degree murder. That is all.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, you may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is a significant case before us because while 2 people unexpectedly died, a man who set out to help those less fortunate has been wrongfully accused of murder. You have heard it said, no good deed goes unpunished, and that is exactly what this trial is all about. In 2003, Pennsylvania Commonwealth v. Ruby, the court ruled that you are not guilty of murder if the death was unexpected. While it's tragic any time someone dies, the events on August 31st, 2012 were unforeseen, and therefore Tatum should not be blamed for something that was a sheer accident. In 1998, Pennsylvania Commonwealth v. Comer, the court ruled that if you do not express extreme indifference to the value of human life, then you are not guilty of murder. Tatum Zillias clearly did not express extreme indifference to the value of human life, as the goal of his project was to help those who were less fortunate. Everyone agrees that on August 31st, a tragedy occurred. It is also evident that while there was bad weather, it was not predicted to be as bad as it became. The site supervisor, the crane operator, and the OCIS representative gave authorization for the lift to proceed as planned, and Tatum simply followed the opinions of the experts. It is also apparent that there was a squatter illegally trespassing onto the site and tampering with its equipment. Tatum also ordered a safety sweep when construction paused. The OCIS report showed they were not aware of the revised weather report at the time of the lift. The high wind warning wasn't even issued until 3:15, after the time of the second lift. The initial weather report for the day was within the crane's capacity. We saw Artie's manifesto. He wanted the crane to fall on him. He wanted to be a martyr. You have heard testimony from Tatum Zillias. Tatum had an MBA in business. He was no expert on crane operation. That's what we hired Micah for. Micah, who has worked with Phil almost exclusively for over 18 years, confidently told Tatum multiple times that Phil could handle the lift. Tatum advised Emerson Turnkin, his site supervisor, to follow the code and protect the workers. Tatum was born a squatter. He wanted to give others a better home than he had. Tatum funded Project Z out of his own pocket. He wanted to get the roofing panels in place quickly, or also take months longer before the homes would be ready for those who needed them. Tatum wanted to get the roofing panels in place quickly, or also take months longer to help the homeless people. All Tatum Zillias was trying to do was make the world a better place, and in a 100% sustainable way. You also heard testimony from Micah Stratton, the crane operator. Tatum went with fighting Phil, the safer option, even though it cost him significantly more. Tatum was unmistakably concerned about safety. Phil had done several loads between 2,800 and 3,000 tons in the 90s. Micah assured Tatum that Phil could do it again. However, the constant pausing due to Grace waving the red flag, put unnecessary and unexpected stress on the crane. Emerson admitted he was discontent with his job and wished he had been a property developer. Emerson is biased against Tatum because he is jealous of him. Emerson admitted to being inattentive regarding paperwork and not caring. Emerson is the one to blame for the city's permit not being properly filed. Emerson also admitted to stirring up strife with the squatter group. On the day in question, not even Emerson Turnkin thought that the weather would impose any danger to the workers. If the site supervisor, the one responsible for ensuring a safe working environment, wasn't worried about the weather, then why would Tatum be? Lennon testified that Artie was willing to stop Project Z at any cost. Artie intended to hurt Emerson, talked about killing himself on the site with drama, was getting more serious about sabotage, and trespassed onto the site on numerous occasions. In summary, on the day in question, Artie was trespassing, with the goal of sabotaging Project Z. While his death is unfortunate, it is the result of his own actions. Grace, the safety agent, gave authorization for the lift to proceed when she raised the green flag. Again, her death is extremely unfortunate. However, it was an accident, of which she herself was a part of. The prosecution has not argued beyond a reasonable doubt that Tatum Zillias is guilty of murder. Tatum remembered what his childhood was like. He was just trying to give others a better home than he had. He was just trying to help those in need. He's just trying to do a good deed. But as we all know, no good deed goes unpunished. Therefore, we urge you to find Tatum Zillias not guilty.
Thank you, counsel. All right. After some period of time, the jury is constructively returned with their verdict. I have the jury verdict form in hand. It appears to be in proper format. It is clearly understood and is acceptable within the bounds of the law of the Commonwealth. Accordingly, accused and defense counsel, please rise. Mr. Tatum Zillias, this court finds you on all charges and specifications not guilty. Please be seated. Members of the jury, you are hereby released from this case. Thank you for your service. Have a wonderful day. The court will stand in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Am I good? Good. Okay, we're going to take an intermission, but I want to remind you that we're still in court, so please do not talk to either side, and either side don't talk to each other, and don't talk to directors, juries, or judges. I'm going to dismiss the prosecution to go ahead and go to the bathroom, and your proctors are going to follow you. When they come back, then you guys can go get changed and get ready. Okay?
All rise. The Superior Court of Gloucester County is now in session. The Honorable Judge Howard Clayton presiding. God save the state and this honorable court.
Please be seated. All right, court is called to order. Looks like the docket has Commonwealth v. Zillias today. Commonwealth, are you prepared for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You sure you don't want to delay it 2 weeks? We're ready? Okay. Defense, how about you? 2-week delay? No? Just get it over with? All right. It appears both the Commonwealth and the defense are ready to proceed. Accused and defense counsel, please rise. Tatum, Zillias, how do you plead? Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Commonwealth, as the defense has chosen to put you to your burden of proof, as is his constitutional right to do, it appears that we will proceed to trial by jury today. Are you prepared to proceed with opening statements? All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Caleb Brewster, and this is my co-counsel, Andrew Glessner, Christiane Hagee, and Emma Marfia. I think most of us have heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Well, the reality of that statement is absolutely true. Those who hold the power must also hold the responsibility. This case is about a man who wanted all the power, but now wants to take none of the responsibility. The issue we have in this case today is that in an attempt to meet a deadline for his new business, the defendant, Tatum Zillias, operated a construction site where safety was absolutely not a priority or even a concern. As a result, the defendant is directly responsible for the brutal killing of 2 people, Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. The evidence and testimony will show that the defendant is a greedy, power-hungry killer whose desire for money fueled his recklessness. On August 31st, 2012, hurricane-level winds and rain battered the construction site. This storm did not just pop up out of nowhere. Everybody knew it was coming. We will show you that it is well forecasted in weather reports everywhere. I'm not sure if any of you have been unfortunate enough to be in a hurricane before, but it can be extremely frightening to just be indoors watching it. Now imagine being outdoors and rain and wind are coming at you from all directions. Now imagine being outdoors and operating and ordering the operation of a crane that stretched 530 feet in the air, carrying almost 3,000 tons. To order the continued operation of this machine in these conditions was beyond reckless, beyond careless. This was criminal. This machine, which was named Fight and Fill, was truly enormous. However, all machines have their limits, and Fight and Fill was no exception. We will show that the defendant was fully aware of the limitations that Fight and Fill had, and he ignored them. The defendant ordered the lift of loads well over the maximum capacity without permission from the city. Despite the treacherous weather conditions and all the warnings he had been given from multiple people, the defendant was adamant about continuing the lift. This is because the safety of those around him were not his concern. The defendant was the one with the power, the power to call off the lift to ensure the safety of those around him, as well as the one with the power to force the lift to continue and play with the lives of innocent people. He holds the responsibility. The defendant is responsible for the tragic and senseless deaths of 2 innocent people. The evidence and testimony of witnesses will show that the defendant is a dangerous and reckless businessman who violated code regularly. His desire to meet deadlines meant more to him than the city's laws and more to him than people's lives. Despite what the defense may say, the defendant cared more about one thing and one person, himself and money. The defendant had the power and had the responsibility to ensure a safe construction site. He chose not to do this. It wasn't his priority. You will hear testimony from London Packard that the letter of disapproval from the city regarding the crane lift, was ignored and thrown away. That the defendant ruthlessly injured the workers that feared him. You will also hear London testify that on the day of the murders, the defendant was the one who raised the green flag to continue the lift, which murdered Grace and Artie. You will hear testimony from Emerson Turnkin that the site supervisor, that the defendant was on site 24/7 and personally cut safety sweeps drastically. You will hear that the defendant did not care about people getting injured. He just wanted the job done. The defendant raised the green flag, signaling his workers to proceed. He was responsible for what happened. You will hear testimony from the defense's own witness, Reese, that the defendant is a snake. You will also hear from Micah that the defendant was willing to do whatever it took to get the project done, by whatever cost. We will present evidence which will show beyond a reasonable doubt that Tatum Zillias is guilty of third-degree murder. What does beyond a reasonable doubt mean? Well, it doesn't mean with absolute certainty. It doesn't mean that there is zero doubt about the defendant's guilt. What it means is that given the evidence and testimony shown, there is no other reasonable explanation that the defendant is guilty. If at the end of the trial your only doubts are unreasonable doubts, then the defendant should be found guilty. We will show that as a result of the defendant's actions, 2 innocent people were tragically killed. We will show you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is responsible for these deaths. Therefore, we ask you to serve justice in this matter. Grace and Artie lost their lives. They deserve justice. Please, we urge you to find the defendant guilty of third-degree murder.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, do you have an opening statement?
Your Honor.
There should just... Yes.
Your Honor, my name is Gavin, and I shall be making the opening remarks in this case. Allow me to introduce my co-counsel, Chloe. This case is about a businessman trying to do right in the world by giving eco-friendly public housing to the poor. On August 31st, 2012, his dreams were crushed in the collapse of the crane fighting Phil. The winds and rain were blowing all morning, and because of this, the whole team was anxious to start. After the first lift began, a wrench was found in the gears of the crane. After Tatum allowed a full 1-hour sweep, they continued. When the lift stopped again, Tatum consulted Grace and wondered if they should proceed. Once Grace was okay, then Tatum was handed the flag and asked to wave it. The second roof reached apex and suddenly came crashing down. The defendant, Tatum, was trying to make not only his dreams, but the dreams of families and the city come true as well. While being pressured by those around him, Tatum started by ensuring that he had the best possible people and the equipment for the site's success. When there was a problem, he addressed it and fixed it. He moved fast, but not at a pace that was reckless. He gave room for his workers to do their job. First, we'll have Micah Stratton. He's the crane expert and owns ELS. He will show the strengths and weaknesses of his crane, as well as give detailed information concerning August 31st, but more importantly, the second lift. Second, we have Reese Dentner. Reese is a reporter who has immunity granted by the court and will testify the squatters were sabotaging the work. She has eyewitness account of the crane before the lift and has information of conversations heard with her long-range microphone. And last, we have Tatum. Tatum is the owner of Project Z. Tatum is from the lowest of lows. He was born to a homeless mom with no father. He was destined to prove himself to the world. Tatum started construction on houses. He will show his own process of picking his own workers with purpose and how some didn't succeed in their job. He will give insight on the preparation and planning before, during, and after the lifts. We ask that the court finds Tatum not guilty for third-degree murder. We will refute the prosecution's evidence, and Tatum will be found innocent. On August 31st, 2012, Tatum's dreams were crushed by the accident that was the collapse of Fightingville.
Thank you, Counselor. Commonwealth, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call London Packard.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Packard.
My name is London Packard. I was a resident at Franklin's Trench. I founded it in 1975 and lived there with about 50 or so others.
What was Franklin's Trench and what did it mean to you?
Franklin's Trench was the home to many impoverished others, including myself. It was like heaven. It had everything we needed and the community was just great.
Who was Tatum Zillias and what did he do to the trench?
Tatum Zillias was the woman who ruined my home. Summer of 2011, she decided that she wanted to turn my beautiful home into a shard of bitter steel by constructing an apartment complex on top of it.
And how did this affect you and the trenchers?
Most of the trenchers just decided they wanted to move on and find somewhere else to live, except for me and Artie Dent. We decided we wanted to stay and fight for our home.
Who was Artie Dent?
Artie Dent was a fellow trencher. He was extremely passionate about saving our home. He was a little strange, but in my eyes, harmless.
Is it true that the defendant himself and his mother once lived in the trench?
Yes, we did help them in their time of need. They stayed with us for about a month or so.
Did the defendant ever try to help the trenchers?
No, she ignored us. It's like we weren't even there, like we didn't mean anything to her.
Did anyone actually claim to try to help you guys?
Yes, a local reporter by the name of Reese reached out to me. She wanted to help us fight for the home.
Did you think Reese actually cared for you and Artie?
At first, yes, I thought that she was going to get it out to the public, but now I feel as though she was just using us to make her article look better.
You wanted your home, so did you try reasoning or negotiating with site personnel?
Yes, supposedly I had a scheduled sit down with Tatum, but when I showed up, it was the site manager or supervisor, Emerson. She absolutely refused construction anywhere else.
Did Artie cause any trouble to the construction site?
Artie did some graffiti here and there and moved around some tools, but it was nothing crucial to the project, like it wouldn't ruin it or anything.
And were his attempts to stop construction ever really big or dangerous?
Like I said, all he ever did was graffiti and move around some tools, so no.
Was Artie the kind of guy who would want to cause... Was Artie the kind of guy who would want to cause real harm? Like, would he actually hurt anyone?
Artie didn't have the tools nor concentration to want to harm anyone. He wouldn't hurt anyone.
What happened in January of 2012?
One day in January of 2012, Tatum visited the site and I watched things completely change. She put up a fence to keep us squatters out, and she cut safety sweeps, and I watched the workers' injuries just increase. Somebody's foot was run over by a forklift, somebody was almost electrocuted by live wires in a puddle, somebody fell off of a ladder after it slipped beneath her, and Tatum didn't seem to have a care.
By the defendant's actions on the construction site, did she show that she highly valued human life?
No, she was cutting corners and letting people get hurt. If she highly valued human life, she wouldn't have let that happen.
What happened on August 24th, 2012?
I found a letter in the garbage that morning. It was crumpled up from the city.
Your Honor, I would like to admit an exhibit into evidence.
Okay. Bailiff, if you would retrieve the exhibit from the Commonwealth attorney and show it to the defense, please. All right. Counselor, are there any stipulations regarding this document? Have the parties stipulated to its admissibility? Defense, have you stipulated to the admissibility of exhibit number 1 for identification, the licensing and inspection reply? Yeah, have you stipulated to the admissibility of this document in the stipulation of facts? Okay, do you have any objection to the admission of this document? Okay, exhibit number 1 for identification, the licensing reply of 24 August is admitted into evidence as exhibit number 1. Bailiff, you may return that to the council for her use.
I also have an enlarged version, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I have an enlarged version.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there's no witness there. Let's make sure that the witness feels that the use of that would help the jury understand her testimony, and then you can move it wherever you'd like for use. I'll ask her. Witness, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Have you seen an enlargement of the licensing reply letter that was dated 24 August?
Have I? What was that?
Yeah, so in court we have an enlargement of a licensing letter. It's a licensing and inspection letter from August 24th, 2012. Do you believe that if the jury sees an enlarged version of that document, it would help them understand your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, you may go ahead and move the easel and your demonstrative exhibit wherever you would like.
Can you please identify what this is?
This is the letter that I found crumpled up in the garbage that morning.
And in this letter, does it approve the lift?
Can you repeat the question?
In this letter, does it approve the lift?
No, ma'am.
What is the date of the letter?
It says August 24th, 2012.
So does it mean that it was thrown out that day?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Your Honor, I would like the witness to read a portion of it.
Okay. So I'm sure she can't see the enlargement. Perhaps she can read from exhibit number 1 itself, which is admitted into evidence.
Can you please read the first, the second sentence in the first paragraph?
Yes. Although the application was well documented, additional information is required before we can reach a final determination of your request.
So was the lift being approved?
No.
And can you read the second sentence in the second to last paragraph of the letter?
Yes. A failure to respond to this letter could be deemed a basis for denial of your request.
And do you have a copy of that letter with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So does that mean that if they didn't respond to the letter, then if they didn't respond to the letter, then would the lift be approved according to that letter?
Sorry, the whole thing just froze. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. If they didn't respond to the letter, then would the lift be approved according to the letter?
No, it wouldn't be approved.
So this letter was in the trash. So do you think they were planning on responding to the letter?
I don't keep my important documents in the trash, so probably not. It doesn't look like they were going to respond to it.
And what was your reaction to finding that letter in the trash?
I was really excited because I thought that they couldn't proceed because they needed more information. So I was just thought.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, so I was excited because I thought that it would stall some time because they needed to have more information, but.
Yeah. And did they proceed?
Yes, they did proceed, obviously ignoring the letter. It wouldn't be the first time that they ignored safety precautions, so I'm not that surprised. Tatum's greed for money was taking over all of her common sense.
So did it seem as if the letter really affected anything in the lift?
No, they basically ignored it.
What was the weather like on August 31st, 2012?
It was awful. It was raining. It was really, really windy. I thought for sure when I woke up that there was no way they could proceed with the lift, but yet they still did.
So did the defendant, who had all the power in her project, ever take the responsibility to stop the lift after seeing that it wasn't approved and that there was bad weather?
No, ma'am.
And were you present during the second lift of the day on August 31st, 2012?
Yes, I was.
Tell us about what you observed during the lift.
So after the first lift, when the panel was literally twisting back and forth in the wind, they still pushed on, and around 3 o'clock, a government agent came down from the manager's office. She gave the red flag to the crane operator. Tatum came screaming and screamed at her, and then grabbed the green flag from her and waved it in the crane operator's direction. He then went to the manager's office, and just in time too, because right after that, I watched the crane completely collapse. Before it was fully collapsed, I did manage to see a glimpse of Artie, but he was unfortunately crushed by the crane.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Defense counsel, cross-examination.
Do you want this?
Oh, yes. Bailiff, please do retrieve Exhibit 1. And Bailiff, we also have some exhibits here, it looks like, from the case the court heard yesterday. In case counsel from that case returned for these exhibits, I'm just going to set them over here so we don't confuse them, okay?
Is it true that you found Franklin's Trench in 1975?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I can't really hear you that well.
Is it true that you found Franklin's Trench in 1975?
Yes,
You have lived there for 27 years, right?
correct.
Did you ever pay to live there?
I did not.
So you didn't own the trench.
So what?
So you didn't own the trench.
I did not.
So would you say that it was wrong for Tatum to construct on land he owned and you were trespassing on?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I really can't hear that well.
Would you say that it was wrong for Tatum to construct on land that he owned and you were trespassing on?
Yeah, because it was my home.
The crane arrived and you alerted your followers, right?
I did.
They all began to look for different places to stay, correct?
Correct.
Except for one, Artie, right?
Mm-hmm.
You claimed Artie was strange, correct?
Yeah, he was a little strange.
Was he strange because his imagination, as you would say, was uncommon, or because, as you said in your statement, he had untreated mental illness and he constantly cried for violence?
What was the beginning of that question? It cut out just a little bit.
Was he strange because his imagination, as you would say, was uncommon, or because, as you said in your statement, that he had untreated mental illness and constantly cried for violence?
I think it was a little bit of both, but mostly, you know.
For what reason were you using Reese?
Sorry?
Why did you use Reese?
Can you elaborate on that?
In your statement, you said that you used Reese to... Can you just, repeat that question?
Certainly, you can just choose to move on.
All right, I'm going to move on from that question. During your meeting with Emerson, was Artie there?
He wasn't present during the meeting, during the first half of the meeting, at least.
So was he there during the second half?
Yes, he did show up a little bit after.
Did he say anything during the meeting?
No, he didn't say anything.
Did he do anything at the meeting?
He did attempt to attack Emerson, but I managed to stop it before it got bad or anything.
You originally tried to respond to Emerson. Oh, hold on, real quick. All right. Originally, you tried to stage a sit-in with on the site, correct?
Yes.
But Reese talked you out of it because she knew the law would be involved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Operation Turtle. In your witness statement, you said that Operation Turtle was Artie's attempt to try to force the entitled workers to bargain with you by means of destruction, correct?
I said that our Operation Turtle, he aimed at that because he wanted to slow down construction and help the endangered trenchers.
How did he slow down construction?
He did a little bit of graffiti and caused a little bit of inconvenience to the workers in the morning.
So he attempted to vandalize the site?
Yes.
Is that what you wanted?
Sorry?
Is that what you wanted?
I wanted the construction to slow down. I just wanted my home back.
In January, Tatum was forced to speed the site up because of you and Artie's vandalization, correct?
Forced to what?
He was forced to speed up the site because of your and Artie's vandalization, correct?
I guess.
So would you say that Artie had caused the need for a fence and the cutting of sweeps?
Could you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
So would you say that Artie caused the need for a fence and the cutting of sweeps?
No. I would say that he caused the site to slow down, but I wouldn't say that he caused the sweeps to be cut. So then both of you caused Emerson scolding on account of being behind, right? Caused Emerson's what?
The scolding of Emerson.
Sorry, one more time?
Emerson being scolded by Tatum.
We caused it?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't say that.
The trenchers began to obey the law once the site sped up, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
It was only you and Artie who were left, right?
Correct.
Both you and Artie were desperate to stop construction, correct?
Yes.
Artie often had a large construction wrench with him, correct?
One more time?
Artie often had a large construction wrench with him. Is that true?
Yes. I wouldn't say often. I would say that, yeah, I saw him with it once.
Is it true that he stole it?
Yeah, I assume that. He said that it trespassed onto his land, therefore it was his, but I just assumed that.
How did you get into the trash and find the important city letter?
How did I what?
How did you find the city letter?
I was digging through the trash.
Why were you digging through the trash?
You know, I was just looking for treasure. If you know the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Why did you not bring the letter to the attention of any authority?
I didn't feel the need to.
So you kept it hidden?
No.
During the day of the lifts, or August 31st, you saw a man in a trench coat, correct?
I thought I did, but I wasn't 100% certain.
The man was at the crane, correct?
Yes, by it, not actively.
You also said that Artie wasn't next to you when you woke up, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that the man in the trench coat could have been Artie?
Yes.
Once the crane began to crumble, is it true that you saw Artie in what seemed to be a trench coat?
I did.
Once he died, you went through his possessions, correct?
Sorry?
Once he had died, you went through his possessions, correct?
Yes.
In his possessions, you had found a manifesto to Reese, is that correct?
Yes.
When you planned the sit-in, Artie said he wanted to make it dramatic by killing himself, is that correct?
Sorry?
When you planned the sit-in, Artie wanted to make it dramatic by killing himself, is that correct?
Yes, he had mentioned it, but we didn't really take it seriously.
Do you think the destruction of the site could have been him making it dramatic?
It's hard.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said it's really hard to say.
All right, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Ms. Dent, you're excused. Thank you for your testimony today. Commonwealth, you may call your next witness.
I would like to call Emerson Turnkin.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Tell us about yourself.
I have a degree in construction management. I have over 30 years of job site experience, and I was the site supervisor of Franklin's Trench.
What was the defendant's reputation like?
His reputation was clear. Speed meant profit, and extra speed was worth paying a few citations.
What was the thing that the defendant most cared about in her project?
Definitely profit. I often heard her saying, while we were working on the site, fast means good, fast means profit.
And did she believe that cutting corners was less expensive than playing by the rules?
Yes.
What did you care most about in the project?
The safety. I adhered to every code and ordered safety sweeps. We had the safest site in the city.
What happened when the defendant visited the site in January of 2012?
He angrily criticized the whole site. He said, "I don't care if people get hurt. We can pay for that. We can pay for anything but time. This project is going to get done." After that, everything changed.
Could you please go into further detail on what exactly changed?
Zillias cut my safety sweeps again and again without telling me.
Did she add any extra shifts?
Yes.
And did accidents increase tenfold?
Yes. But Zillias didn't care.
Were there any problems with the roof panels?
There were 200 tons over the max engineering load.
And what did the defendant do about that?
Basically nothing. He told Micah to proceed as planned. I knew Tatum was aggressive, but this was beyond negligent. It was reckless.
And so, does that mean he was aware of the risk?
Yes.
And so, was the defendant acting reckless, which is a very irresponsible thing for such a powerful person to do?
Yes, he was being reckless.
And did the defendant ever disagree that the lift should proceed?
No, he was the one pushing it forward.
Did the squatters present any problems for the site?
Mainly just graffiti and moving tools around. I reminded myself that their efforts were annoying but harmless.
What did the defendant decide in June?
He decided he needed to be on the site 24/7, and the breakneck pace was really taking a toll on our workers.
Was the defendant letting his workers get proper sleep and rest?
No.
Did the defendant have any motivation for that quick-paced build?
There was a deadline in October, and the build was getting done, but the haphazard approach was dangerous, and Zillias knew it.
During the whole project, did the defendant ever do anything about the squatters?
He put up a fence, but the squatters kept getting in anyway.
Since the defendant was there 24/7, was she taking responsibility to make sure the site was safe, since she had the power as the head of Project Z?
No, she did not.
What happened just before the lifts in August 2012?
The remnants of Hurricane Isaac threatened to hit us. I knew if we didn't get the roofing panels in place before the torrential rains came, then months of work would be ruined.
And was the defendant aware of this predicted bad weather?
Yes, she was well aware. And she was determined to proceed at all costs.
Did you ever try to reason with the defendant or try to persuade her into making a more rational and safe decision?
The night before the lifts, I had a discussion with her about the weather, but she was having none of it. She wouldn't listen.
What was the weather situation like on August 31st, 2012?
It was rainy and there were heavy winds.
Your Honor, I would like to admit an exhibit into evidence.
Okay. Bailiff, if you would grab the exhibit and show it to opposing counsel. Counselor, did you say you wanted to admit this exhibit into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, so exhibit number 2 for identification are the weather reports for August 31st, 2012. My understanding is that these are the subject of stipulation of fact and that the parties have stipulated as to their admissibility. Do I read the stipulation correctly? Okay, so there are no objections to this exhibit? Okay. Exhibit 2 for identification is so admitted as Exhibit 2. Bailiff, if you would hand that to counsel for her use.
I also have an enlarged version, Your Honor.
Okay. And would the witness say that the jury seeing that enlargement would help them understand his testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Please identify what these are.
They're the weather updates from Friday, August 31st.
Please read what the wind and wind gusts were at 12 a.m.
5 to 15 miles per hour and gusts at 20 miles per hour.
Please read what the wind and wind gusts were at 12:15 p.m.
10 to 20 miles per hour and gusts at 23 to 26 miles per hour.
According to these documents, was the weather getting worse as the day progressed?
Yes.
And was the defendant aware of this bad weather?
Yes. I gave him the reports.
Please read what the winds were at 3:15 p.m.
25 to 27 miles per hour and gusts at 30 to 35 miles per hour.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to also admit another exhibit into evidence.
Okay, bailiff, if you would go ahead and grab the exhibit to be marked and show it to opposing counsel. Defense, are you familiar with exhibit number 3 for identification, fight and fill specific technical and engineering tolerances? Okay. Counselor, did you seek to admit this into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, do you have any objection to the admission of this document? Okay. Exhibit number 3 for identification is so entered as Exhibit 3. Bailiff, if you would return that to the counsel for her use. Thank you.
I also have an enlarged version, Your Honor.
Okay. And I assume, well, I can't assume. It's not my job to assume. You can ask the witness if the enlargement will help the jury understand his testimony.
Will the enlargement help the jury understand your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Can you please identify this?
It's an attachment from Section A of the crane rental term sheet.
Please read what the max threshold of sustained wind and lift capacity was.
24 miles per hour.
Please read what the max threshold of wind gusts at lift capacity was.
30 miles per hour.
So were the winds and wind gusts at 3:15 above the max threshold for fight and fill?
Yes.
And did the defendant have the power to stop the lift?
Yes.
And did he take the responsibility to stop the lifts when he saw the weather and panels were unsafe?
No.
Did you ever attempt to stop the lifts from happening on August 31st, 2012?
Yes, I warned Tatum multiple times about the weather but I was continually ignored. I didn't dare to officially try to stop the lifts because I knew I'd be fired on the spot.
And did the defendant heed to safety precautions on August 31st, 2012?
No, I knew that day that all safety precautions would be thrown out. He even suggested we start before warming up the crane.
Did the defendant force the lifts to proceed on August 31st?
Yes, when he saw Grace Hopper giving the red flag because a squatter was spotted on the site, he took the red flag from her and waved the green flag. She was not going to let Grace get in her way.
Did you see the crane collapse?
Yes.
And what was revealed when the crane fell?
The risk taken and utter disregard for safety had finally caught up with her.
Did you see any squatters tampering with equipment that day?
Yes, I saw some squatters lingering around Phil.
Is there any way that a squatter with a fire axe could bring down Fightin' Phil?
No, I think it is highly unlikely.
Was that disaster an accident, or could it have been stopped?
Anyone who thinks that disaster is an accident is a fool or has been fooled. They were knowingly sacrificed to Tatum's raging ego and insatiable pocketbook.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Let's go ahead and remove the demonstrative exhibit.
Would you like these, Your Honor?
If they're in evidence, yes. All right, perfect, thanks. Okay, defense cross-examination.
Is it true that you took 2 hours daily to review safety protocols and do sweeps?
Yes.
Could construction continue during these safety protocol reviews and sweeps?
No.
Were the shifts 8-hour shifts?
Yes.
You were hired to be site supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Is it true that you had safety concerns often because of squatters and vandalization?
Could you repeat the question?
Is it true that you had safety concerns often because of squatters and vandalization?
Yes.
Could you perform safety sweeps during every interruption?
Could you repeat the question?
Would you perform safety sweeps at every interruption?
Yes.
How long were those safety sweeps?
Depending on how much of a worry there was.
Did you consider taking so much time on safety sweeps could have affected construction progress?
No, because as long as the workers were safe, then the project would get done.
So each interruption required more use of your allotted time?
Yes.
Did you report these unplanned safety sweeps to your boss, Tatum?
No.
In January, the site changed, correct?
Yes.
Prior to January, you admitted the construction progress was at crawl, correct?
Yes.
Then in January, construction progress sped up because Tatum took initiative and solved the squatter problem, correct?
Yes, but injuries also increased.
In April, the roofing panels were over the weight limit of the crane max capacity, correct?
Yes.
Earlier, you mentioned your amazement of Micah's crane operation skills, right?
Yes.
Did you have confidence that Micah could manage the overweight panels before you knew about Hurricane Isaac?
I'm sure if Micah had confidence, then he could do it.
Then would you say it was wrong for Tatum to have confidence in Micah when you sent Micah to talk to Tatum?
Could you repeat the question?
Then would you say it was wrong for Tatum to have confidence in Micah when you sent Micah to talk to Tatum?
Is that a question?
No. Sorry, yes. Would you like me to repeat it?
Yes.
Then would you say it was wrong for Tatum to have confidence in Micah when you sent Micah to talk to Tatum?
No.
Then Micah had the confidence and approval of both of his superiors to keep working, correct?
Yes.
In June, the pace of the site picked up, right?
Yes.
Was construction progress fast or at a crawl like it was in January?
It was fast, but Tatum added 2 other shifts without telling me, and I was operating a 16-hour site alone.
So did the construction progress speed up because of your safety sweeps or because Tatum made up for the lost time by giving job opportunities?
Because Tatum gave job opportunities.
In August, did you speak to Tatum about the hurricane's arrival?
Yes.
Would you say he didn't care or he couldn't express his thoughts because of the questions and concerns you expressed to him and the immense amount of pressure he was under during this time?
No, he was aware of the weather, but he didn't want to do anything about it.
Why wouldn't he care about something that would compromise safety and work progress with his 2 greatest priorities?
Because he wanted the lifts done before October.
On August 31st, did a safety sweep? On August 31st, you did a safety sweep before work started, correct?
Yes.
Then you saw a squatter near the crane, right?
Yes.
During the whole construction progress, the squatters were constantly vandalizing the site, correct?
Are you talking during the whole day of August 31st?
Yes.
No, squatters were only spotted twice that day.
Then while you were doing a sweep before work started, you saw a squatter near the crane again. So would you agree there was a chance the squatter could have tampered with the crane?
Yes, but it's highly unlikely.
Why not?
Because it's unlikely that a squatter with a fire axe could take down an elegantly engineered crane.
You warned Tatum with a revised weather report, right?
Yes.
If he truly wanted to throw the safety sweeps out of the window and cared only about time, do you think he would have allowed you to do another safety sweep of the site with your crew?
No.
He let you do another sweep, right?
Yes, but it was a shorter one.
During the first lift, Micah lost control, correct?
Yes.
Would you say it was tense in the manager's office with you, Grace, and Tatum?
Yes.
So do you think it was right to concern Tatum with problems about the crane that he had already taken into account?
No, because I knew he wouldn't listen to me.
If he didn't listen to you, then why did he send the safety officer and ask the trusted lift expert to his opinion on this situation?
Because he knew Micah was confident he could do the lifts.
Grace said she wouldn't be able to stop the crane without Quinn Baxter's confirmation, correct?
Yes.
You presumed you would be fired if you tried to stop the crane, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to stop the crane?
No.
What happened after you let the crane continue the lift?
The crane collapsed.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counselor. All right. Sir, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Please remember not to discuss your testimony with anyone other than the attorneys for either side throughout the conduct of the proceedings. Thank you. All right. Commonwealth, you may call your next witness.
We have no more witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you rest your case in chief then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, if you're prepared to proceed, you may call your first witness. Okay.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am employed by Stratton Lift Services.
What was your job on the site?
I was the crane operator.
What qualifies you as a crane expert?
Well, I have an engineering degree from Drexel University. I have been on the construction site ever since I was 16, and I'm 46 years old, so I've been on the construction site for 30 years. And I've been working almost exclusively with this crane, Fight and Fill, for 18 years.
18 years is quite a long time. How did you keep Phil in working condition?
Every 3 months, we would thoroughly inspect him for wear and tear.
What is Fighting Phil's accident history?
Only minor accidents.
What were the results of those minor accidents?
One was a snap drop where the hydraulic cable snapped. It cost us almost $1 million in insurance payouts.
Why did the cable snap?
We had to inspect Fight and Fill in 5 months.
Did you ever do anything to prevent that again?
Here at Stratton Lift Services, we try to inspect him every 3 months, but sometimes we slip up.
When were you contacted by Project Z?
We were contacted by Project Z in early 2011.
Is it true that Tatum was trying to use another crane called Big Tony?
Yes, but after some research, Tatum went with Fight and Fill because he thought that it would be a much safer crane to use.
Did you have any safety concerns while operating the bigger crane?
Can you restate that question?
Did you ever have any safety concerns while operating the bigger crane?
Is this throughout the entirety of...
Yeah,
is this up until August 31st?
Pretty much, yes.
Yes, I did.
Do you know what those concerns are?
Those concerns were mostly the weather, but I believe that I could handle it.
Well, prior to August 31st, what was the safety concerns?
I don't believe there were any safety concerns prior to August 31st, except for the panels were uneven and they were beyond max capacity, but I thought that I could lift them either way.
Did you feel that things began to change on the site in January?
Yes.
How so?
Can you say that one more time?
Why
Sorry.
did you feel that the things began to change in January?
Tatum Zillias started to, he added more shifts for start, and then he also basically took over the role of Emerson Trinken.
As a certified crane expert, what was your professional opinion regarding the panel weight?
Well, even though it was beyond 85% of the tolerance, I thought that I could lift it, being as though I have 18 years of experience with fighting Phil, and even though it was uneven, I could compensate for that.
Have you ever done a max capacity lift before?
Many times, especially in the 90s.
Did you ever acquire a permit to lift over max capacity?
To acquire a permit to lift over max capacity, you either have to,
Did you acquire a permit to lift over the max capacity?
No, I mean, not that I know of. But in order to do that, you either have to go to ELS or you have to go to the municipality.
Okay. I would like to admit into evidence the ELS. I would like to admit something into evidence.
Okay. Bailiff, if you would go ahead and retrieve the exhibit and show it to opposing counsel. Okay, so Exhibit 4 for both parties is the fight and fill rental terms. Defense, you want to offer this for admission into evidence?
Yes.
Commonwealth, do you have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then the fight and fill rental terms will be admitted into evidence. Bailiff, if you would return that to counsel for his use.
May I have the witness read may I have the witness read sentence 6A?
Okay, Bailiff, if you would go ahead and take the exhibit and hand it to the witness.
Project Z personnel may be overridden by any government official with such authority.
Bailiff, you can go ahead and, is he going to need that further, counsel?
No, I will
Okay,
not read it.
Bailiff, you may retrieve it, and you can return it to counsel in case he wants to refer to it later.
Was Phil in overmax capacity lift condition?
Yes.
They said that there was overtime on the site. Is that true? There was said to be overtime on the site. Is that true?
Overtime and what do you?
Workers working overtime.
Oh yes, there was overtime, but they were paid for that.
Did you ever work overtime?
No.
Was there a plan for the panel lift on August 31st?
Yes, we planned for it the night before.
Who's we?
Grace Hopper from OCIS, Emerson Turnkin, Zillias, and I.
Did you guys know there were risks?
Yes, we did know that there were risks.
Did Grace ever object to lifting during this condition?
No.
What time did you arrive at the site on August 31st?
7 o'clock in the morning.
What did you do first?
I did a quick check of fight and fill just to make sure that there were no bent pieces or damaged pieces.
What happened after that?
I have no recollection.
During the first lift, was there a red flag?
I believe so.
Do you know why the red flag was raised?
I think a squatter had stolen a fire axe.
Is it true that you found a wrench in Phil's gears?
Oh, yes.
So when did you actually start lifting?
We started lifting around 1:30, I think,
Why so late into the afternoon?
because there were many delays beforehand.
Did the weather affect the lift?
Yes. But I was able to get used to the weather.
Hold on 1 second. When was the first panel supposed to be in place?
The first panel was supposed to be in place by 1 o'clock, I believe. Is that correct?
You tell him.
I believe.
Yes. Did you ever express your worry about the weather?
Can you say that one more time?
Did you ever express your worry about the weather?
Yes, but after some discussing with Zillias, I believe that I was able to overcome those challenges.
Did you continue?
Yes.
Did the weather continue to worsen?
Yes, it did.
Was it a concern to you? Sorry.
No.
At 2:15, is it true that Grace called?
Yes.
Why did she call?
She was wondering about the weather to see if it was safe to lift.
And what was your response to her?
I said that I had everything under control.
What time was the second panel lifted?
3 o'clock.
What time was the second panel finally placed?
It was never placed
Why wasn't it?
because the crane collapsed.
At 3:10, is it true that a red flag was waved?
Yes. Although I could not see who was waving the red flag.
After the red flag was waved, what did you do?
There was no way that I could pause. It was too late into the day and the weather would just keep on getting worse. So I decided that I needed to continue.
So did you continue without permission?
Yeah. No, because then there was a green flag immediately afterwards.
Okay. Do you know who waved the green flag?
No, but I saw Zillias and I saw Grace.
There were about 10 minutes between the red and green flags. Were you a little concerned?
Yes. Because as I said, we couldn't wait much longer. The weather was getting very, very bad.
After the collapse of the crane, what do you think based on your expert opinion, what do you think caused the collapse of the crane?
Well, for a while, I thought it must have been the wind. I mean, there was no other explanation. But then I heard about the squatter with the fire axe, and I started thinking that that could have possibly been what made the crane collapse. If the squatter had hit one of the hydraulic cables at the wrong time. That could have happened.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Cross-examination? Oh, bailiff, please do retrieve any items we admitted into evidence. Thanks.
What time did the second lift start?
What time did the second lift start? 3 o'clock.
Is it true when the defendant visited the site, safety sweeps were cut back?
Yes.
And then did accidents increase after that?
Yes.
Did somebody steal a fire axe on the day of the lift?
Yes.
If someone stole a fire axe, why would you proceed?
Because I was not aware of it until months later.
Is it true you made heavy lifts while squatters were around?
Yes, but I was told to do this because Emerson told me to.
And isn't it true that would put and isn't it true that you would stop lifts for periods of times which would put unnecessary stress on the crane?
Yes, but again, I had no other option as Emerson told me to do so. And there was nowhere to put those things.
Is it true that you hadn't run an inspection on fill since April?
Yes.
Didn't you say you had fill under control?
Yes.
Isn't it clear you lost control, though?
Well, I had him under control until that point. So, yes.
Were you aware of the strong winds that would occur on the day of the lift?
Yes, but I thought I could handle it with the winds that I was presented because I thought we wouldn't have to get to the point of 3 o'clock.
Were you aware that squatters would walk around under the crane while it was carrying loads heavy enough to kill them?
Can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that squatters would walk around under the crane while it was carrying loads heavy enough to kill them?
Yes.
Did the squatters being on the site concern you?
Yes.
Did you express your concern to the defendant?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you to wait to proceed till the squatters left?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the defendant had the power to overrule Grace and Emerson when they tried to stop the lift?
No.
Isn't it true you stated the defendant would do whatever it took to get the project done by the deadline?
Yes.
Isn't it true that prior to 2012, you and Phil have had many minor mishaps?
Not many.
And how much did you have to pay out in insurance?
$1 million.
Wouldn't you say that's a lot of mishaps?
For one time, that was a lot of money, but I wouldn't say that's a lot of mishaps in one mishap.
Your Honor, I would like to refer to Exhibit 3. Mr. Stratton, can you take a look and tell me what this is?
Can you turn it towards my direction?
Hey, Counselor, I'll tell you what, we're on cross-examination. Proceed. Apologize.
Can you take a look and tell me what this is?
This is the technical and engineering tolerances of fight and fill.
What does it say about Phil's normal maximum engineering load?
2,750 tons is the maximum threshold.
And what was the actual weight of each panel?
2,900 tons.
So the actual weight was over the maximum engineering load by 150 tons?
Yes. But
Isn't it true that you had a difficult time maintaining control of the crane during the first big gust?
yes,
And the defendant had you continue with the lift anyway?
yes,
Isn't it true that as the wind and weather got worse, it worried you enough to call Turnkin and question whether you should proceed?
can you say that one more time?
Isn't it true that as the wind and weather got worse, it worried you enough to call Emerson Turnkin and question whether you should proceed?
Yes,
Isn't it true that when the wind hit on the last lift, that the hydraulics snapped and Phil literally came apart beneath you?
yes,
Isn't it true as a result of Phil collapsing, 2 people were killed?
yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Let's go ahead and remove the demonstrative aid. Okay. Sir, thank you for your testimony today. You're reminded you remain under oath. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone other than the attorneys for either side. Thank you. Okay.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
What is your occupation and qualifications?
I'm a fault-finding reporter with a bachelor's degree in English and Communications and a master's degree in journalism from Syracuse University.
What was the first thing you did after graduation?
I was immediately hired by a paper in London until I was forced back to the States.
Why were you forced back to the States?
I was accused of hiring private investigators to hack the cell phone and email accounts of members of the royal family.
Where did you start your new career in the States?
In Philly in 2003 is where I became a freelancer reporter.
How did you come to target with Zillias?
I was able to buy a tip with a $100 bill from a trusted source that worked at OCIS who said she had the worst safety record in the area.
What did you do when you found out that Zillias was buying Franklin's Trench?
I went to see the site and I found that people actually lived there. Some call them squatters, but I call them perfect sources. I knew this would be journalistic gold.
Why do you call this journalistic gold?
I am a feisty finder of truths and a teller of tales by comforting the afflicted and afflicting the comfortable and selling copy while doing so.
If you were a truth finder, then what was the first truth you found?
The first truth I found was that Artie Dent was the most interesting squatter.
How do you know? Do you think he was obsessed with keeping his home?
Yes.
How do you know he was obsessed with keeping his home?
He had back entrances into the sites and liked to cause mischief, which usually meant moving around tools or tagging machines. He even named it Operation Turtle.
When January came around, what did you see on the site?
I saw the site began to speed up, and I also started using a long-range microphone to hear survey conversations.
What kind of things did you hear?
I heard Tatum yelling at Emerson for being behind, and how time was the most important thing, and that they could pay for anything but time.
Did you think they fixed Artie's vandalizations?
Not yay. Yes, they did fix the graffiti, and they put up a fence to try to keep him out.
Did the fence allow them to stop Artie?
No.
Did you see any injuries on the site?
Yes, but only minor stuff, until these 2 guys decided to fake a major injury just to get the workers' compensation.
Did Tatum pay them workers' compensation?
Yes, to my surprise, she actually did.
When was the last time you saw Artie?
The last time I saw Artie was at 12 p.m.
What was he doing?
He was wearing a trench coat and he was in front of Fighting Phil, and he looked like praying. But by the time I got down there, he was gone. I wasn't surprised. I knew he had a million ways in and out of the site.
What did you see and hear during the lifts?
The first roof was lowered with a lot of difficulty, and around 3 p.m., while the second roof was being lowered, I could hear the sound of metal straining.
Did they do another lift?
Yes, but it wasn't successful.
Who gave the permission for the crane to proceed the lift?
I always thought she was quite reasonable, and I was very surprised, but Grace allowed the crane to continue.
Did you ever speak to Artie after the accident?
No, but he left me a sealed letter which London delivered to me.
What did the letter entail?
It was his master plan he told me about in July.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Commonwealth, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Have you ever been accused of doing illegal things while journaling?
Yes.
Isn't it true you left London, England due to an illegal scandal?
Yes.
In your witness statement, you mentioned the defendant had the worst safety record in the city. Do you still stand on that conviction?
Yes.
Did you hear the defendant telling Emerson that time was the only thing that mattered?
Yes.
How did you hear that?
I heard it while using a long-range microphone.
Didn't you observe the workers getting hurt on the site?
Yes.
Wouldn't you say the defendant is a snake?
Can you say that again?
Wouldn't you say the defendant is a snake?
Yes, I did say that.
Is it true you gave one of the squatters, Artie Dent, tools to help slow down the construction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to amend another piece of evidence.
Okay, bailiff, go ahead and grab it and show it to opposing counsel. Okay, this is Exhibit 5 for identification. All right. Counsel, you're offering this into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, for what purpose?
I would like the witness to read a section of it.
Okay. So looking at Exhibit 5 for identification, it looks like this is a news article that appeared in the publication Philly.com. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it looks like it was authored by this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there something about the fact that this was published that makes it important, or could you get the information you're looking for just by asking the witness questions to get the answers that you need?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, I asked you an or question and you gave me a no answer. Can you elicit the information that you need from the witness?
No.
You cannot, this witness does not have personal knowledge of what you're about to ask her about?
It's in the trench warfare you're holding.
Okay. I'm old and I miss things sometimes. So this witness wrote this article, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So she, well, is there any concern that anything appeared in this article that was a surprise to her that she didn't write? Something that makes the publication itself unreliable?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, because she wrote the article, does she have, do we do we think she has knowledge of what's in the article, independent of having to read it?
I guess so.
Okay. Is there something, so the fact that you want to admit this for, is it something she can just tell us, or is the fact important because it was published?
I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Bailiff, if you would return that to council. Council, if you would, go ahead and, I'm not going to admit it at this time, but if you would ask the witness questions that will elicit the answers that you're looking for, and all listen closely. If it appears that for some reason the fact that the statement appeared in a published article and therefore it impacted someone else's knowledge that simply isn't apparent based on the testimony so far, then we'll revisit the issue and I'll just stop you and ask you about it at that time, okay? Okay, thank you.
In your article, you stated that the defendant had an attitude because of a bonus. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the last part, please?
In your article, you said that the defendant had an attitude because there was a bonus. Is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned in your article that the defendant added shifts and cut safety sweeps. So is it safe to say he had the power of responsibility?
Yes.
When the second lift took place, is it true you heard straining coming from the crane?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, do you have another witness? Okay.
Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
What is your connection with Project Z?
I'm the owner.
What kind of company is Project Z?
Project Z was created to make the world a better place by constructing public housing.
Why public housing?
Well, as a child, I was born to a homeless mother, and my father wasn't in the picture. So my mother and I lived off of public assistance, housing, schooling, and when there wasn't any food, church kitchens. My mom worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs to make sure that I had everything she didn't. So as a special way to honor her, I chose to build sustainable, modern public housing.
What are your credentials?
In 2006, I sold my first company, the Short and Cours, and I earned my master's in business associates.
Why did you choose the trench?
Well, we searched for about 6 months, and we finally came across a trench, which at the time was a horrendous 50-foot gash that spanned 2 blocks, and it wasn't being used, so I thought it'd be the perfect place to show off Project Z.
How was this project funded?
We made a deal with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as the Commonwealth and the Mayor's Office, which was if they co-funded the project and allowed me to own the property for $1, I would turn the ditches into never-before-seen public housing.
How are you going to make the housing sustainable?
The design had double-pane windows, recycled insulation, and solar panels that would be backed up by wind turbines to offset the solar power on cloudy days.
This seems expensive and time-consuming. How did you manage the cost, and were there any time constraints?
I added incentives. So in order for the project to be profitable, we'd finish by the end of 2011, or the other option would have been to have the principal work by October 2012 to keep it from being a terrible loss.
Which of the incentives did you go after?
I focused more on the October 2012 deadline because I knew that the 2011 one wasn't achievable.
When were you able to start construction?
I had the permits by the end of 2010, but I didn't have the workers yet.
Who did you hire?
I hired Emerson Turnkin, a Stratton Lift Services, and a Japanese firm
Why did you hire Emerson Turnkin?
because he was the perfect person to get things done right and quickly while understanding the regulatory structure enough to cut necessary corners without endangering anyone.
Why Stratton Lift Systems Services? Sorry.
We reviewed the promotional material, studied the crane specifications, and concluded that we needed the biggest crane, which was Fight and Fill, to lift the block long roof panels.
And why the Japanese firm?
So I knew that normal solar panels wouldn't work well in cities, so I contacted the Japanese firm who was building newer and better solar technology, which, like I said before, would be backed up by wind turbines.
Were the newer solar panels within the budget?
Kind of, but I had to send the Japanese firm the rest of the money from Project C's public funding.
So how is the rest of the project funded?
I funded the remainder with my own savings.
How did you conserve your finances?
I conserved my finances by trusting Emerson.
Where were you during construction?
I was in Detroit and Memphis trying to land the public works project for Project C.
At what point did you realize construction was slow?
When I returned to the site back in January 2012, and to my surprise, the foundations had barely been laid, and not only should they have been done 2 months prior, but the small part that was done was all covered in graffiti.
Did you talk to Emerson about the condition of the site?
I did.
What was your response?
He just mumbled something about squatters sabotaging the work.
What was your response to squatters sabotaging the work?
I don't recall that information.
Let me go back real quick, 1 second. Did you talk to Emerson about the condition of the site?
I did.
What did he say about it?
He said that the squatters were sabotaging the work.
What was your response to that?
I don't recall.
Counselor, in the interest of time, rather than going through the formal process to refresh her recollection, I'll allow you briefly and for a limited purpose to lead. To give her the answer and have her adopt it.
Okay. Is it true that you were frustrated about the condition of the site?
I was, because I hired Emerson specifically because of his reputation to get things done right and quickly. So honestly, I felt a little deceived.
What part frustrated you? Not getting things done right or not getting things done quickly?
He did things right, he just didn't do them quickly. And on top of that, OCIS lauded his hour-long safety sweeps and his full briefings. Safety sweeps could have been done in less time, which were the necessary cuts that could have kept the project on schedule. And I mean, it's not reasonable to try to keep a construction site 100% safe, and trying to do so will waste a lot of time and money.
Is this why you decided to stay on site?
Yes, and I gave Emerson a few instructions, which were follow protocol, don't do anything unnecessary, and keep the workers safe.
How did OCIS respond to your cuts?
They gave me some minor violations and citations, but I did what I was supposed to in paying the fines and keeping the workers going.
What do you mean, keeping the workers going?
Once they heard that I agreed to pay for workers' compensation, they had like this boost in energy and morale.
Did all of these adjustments get the project back on schedule?
They did until about 2 months later when the work became lackluster again. So I added a second shift, which finally progressed the construction.
When did the panels come in, and how much did they weigh?
The weight came in April, I believe, and they weighed 2,900 tons, which was over the crane's contractual engineering limit.
Did you consult with Micah about the weight?
I did, and honestly, I thought the project was over, but he explained to me that number one, that the crane limit is set under max capacity, and that number two, that the crane had performed this kind of lift with that weight with only one issue, which could happen again, so there were added costs.
What do you mean an added cost?
Well, he required incentives be added to the deal to keep the crane going, and added insurance should it break.
Did you get permission from the city for the overweight load?
I told Emerson to.
And?
They never responded.
Was a third shift added?
Yes, and at that point I was on site all day, every day, and the third shift gave the workers the opportunity to make more money and stimulate progress.
That's good news, right?
Yep. And the icing on the cake was when the Hiroshima roofing panels arrived in August, and it got me excited again for my dream, but it didn't last long.
Why didn't it last long?
Because there was a hurricane brewing in the Gulf of Mexico, and I mean, it wasn't supposed to hit us, but if it did, it would tear through the temporary roofing and destroy weeks of great progress. And the money that I had invested in a deadline would end with nothing to show, so I figured I had to do something.
What did you do?
On August 30th, I held a team meeting. Grace from OCIS and Micah were doubtful, were concerned with the weather, and Emerson added that the temporary roofing would only hold for a day, which wouldn't work for us because the rain was scheduled for 3 days.
What was the outcome of this meeting?
I asked if it was safe to lift, and again, Grace was doubtful, but Micah encouraged it actually, and he said that he could complete the lift as long as the work was done before the wind hit.
Can you tell me more about the morning of August 31st?
It started off rough with a squatter running around, and it took forever to clear the site. And then we removed the temporary roofing, and I watched in awe of the impressiveness of Micah's lifting skills. At first it was a bit scary, but after the shift change, the first panel was already in place.
How was the weather at this point in time?
At 2 p.m., we were ready for the next panel, but Grace demanded to talk with Micah again because of some revised weather report that was talking about how the rain was predicted earlier than before.
How old was the weather report?
It was a few hours old.
Did you speak to Micah personally about this?
I did, and he was confident in his and the crane's ability to complete the lift.
Who gave Micah the green flag?
Grace did, and then she went to watch the lift from below.
How did Micah do with the second lift?
It started off smooth, and then when the wind gusts, he struggled to keep the crane position.
Was another red flag waved?
Yes, at 3, Grace waved another red flag because another squatter reappeared, and she wanted another full sweep.
Did another sweep happen?
It did, but it was a quick one, which was permitted by the code if there wasn't any evidence of tampering.
Why a quick sweep?
Because Micah couldn't hold the crane. He couldn't hold the panel much longer.
Earlier you mentioned a squatter was running around the crane. Did you ever find him?
No, there was just a missing tool.
Who waved the next green flag?
Grace did.
What happened after that?
I went to my office to watch the lift, and everything was fine, so the crane just topped out. I heard like a snapping and a ringing noise, and then it just toppled over like a toy.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Is it true that in the months leading up to the day in question, you were on site 24/7? And were there squatters messing with the equipment?
Yes.
And you continued to operate knowing that equipment may have been tampered with?
Yes, but it was mostly just graffiti.
Is it true that when you showed up to the site, accidents increased tenfold?
Yes.
Did you know that the roofing panels were over the crane's legal lifting limit?
Can you repeat that?
Did you know that the panels were over the crane's legal lifting limit?
Yes.
Is it true that the weight of the panels were not only over Phil's legal lifting limit, but also unevenly distributed?
Yes.
Did the city ever give you permission to lift the heavier panels?
We wrote to them, but we never heard back.
Yes or no?
No.
So isn't it true that the lift was illegal?
Objection, Your Honor. Witness is giving a non-responsive answer.
Defense, do you have an objection to that question? Counselor, would you the way you phrase that question, you're asking for her to draw a legal conclusion that I'm not sure she's qualified to make. You might ask her a couple more questions to lay a foundation and then come back to it if you think you've got that foundation.
Isn't it true that you needed special permission from the city to lift a load like that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the city never gave you permission to lift it?
Yes.
So isn't it true that the lift was illegal?
I can't give you that information.
Okay. Were you aware of the unsafe weather?
Yes.
Were you aware of the hurricane?
Yes.
Is it typical for a site to work during a hurricane?
I can't answer that.
Is it true that Micah, Grace, and Emerson were worried about the weather?
Yes.
Did Grace and Emerson ask to stop the lift?
Repeat that, sorry?
Did Grace and Emerson ask to stop the lift?
I don't recall that information.
Had Grace waved the red flag more than once?
Yes.
When Grace waved the red flag around 3 p.m., you discovered a fire axe was missing, correct?
Yes.
But still you thought it was okay to proceed with the lift?
Yes.
As the owner of the site, are you ultimately responsible for it?
Yes.
Then as the site owner, is it your responsibility to ensure that all lifts are safe?
That was Emerson's job.
Then why do you insist on being on site 24/7 if you thought that Emerson was just doing her job?
Can you say that again?
If you thought that Emerson was able to do her job, then why were you on site 24/7?
That's just the way I am. I like to make sure things are on schedule and they're being done.
If you are ultimately responsible for the site and its safety, then whether Micah said he could do the lift or not, aren't you still responsible to call it off?
I could have called it off, but I'm...
Thank you.
Oh, the witness will finish the answer.
Mike was an expert, and then I valued his opinion.
You may follow up now if you wish.
Your Honor, I would like to admit an exhibit.
Okay. Bailiff, if you'll grab that and show it to opposing counsel. Okay. And you'd like to admit this into evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Exhibit 6 for identification is a memorandum of understanding between Project Z, the City of Philadelphia, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Defense? Rather than have the government launch a rebuttal case just to admit evidence, in their case, vice yours, I'm going to allow them to offer evidence during your case, but of course, you may object to anything that they try to put in. Do you have any objections to this document? Okay. All right, so Exhibit 6 for identification is admitted as Exhibit 6. Bailiff, if you would return that to counsel for his use, please.
Could you actually hold that so that the witness can see it? Or hand it to them?
Yeah, go ahead and hand it to her, please.
Can you tell us what this is?
Is the memorandum of understanding.
Can you read the paragraph titled 1?
Titled what?
1.
Project Z shall be named the developer of the Franklin's Trench project, and it shall be responsible for the construction thereon of a multi-family apartment building, the Franklin Trench development, for use as part of HUD and the city's efforts to improve the quantity and quality of public housing in southeastern Pennsylvania.
Could you repeat who you said was responsible?
Sorry?
Could you repeat who it said was responsible?
Responsible for what?
For the lifts, for the operation. It's in that paragraph.
Project Z.
And who's in charge of Project Z?
I am.
And could you read for us how much you would be paid if you finished by October 31st?
Where's that at?
Near the bottom. There are 2 pages.
Well, there's a couple options. Which one?
What?
There's a couple options. Which one?
Never mind. Is it true that you would be paid $25 million if you finished by October 31st?
Yes.
And if you finish a day later, on November 1st, is it true that you would only be paid $15 million?
Yes.
So you would lose $10 million if you didn't finish it on time?
Yeah.
Did this prompt you to get it done quickly?
I'd say that was part of it.
So you were money driven?
Not completely, no.
You funded projects yourself, but whenever you finished, you stood to gain quite a bit from Franklin's Stretch, didn't you?
Can you repeat that?
You funded projects yourself, but if it finished, you would gain quite a bit of money, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And according to this, isn't it true that you would continue to benefit by collecting rent from those who live in the development?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said you could pay for anything but time, including people?
I did say that.
You said that you followed every rule, but then immediately after said that you paid the penalty for the ones you didn't, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider that self-contradiction?
It could be.
Is there a chance that those can be consistent, that you followed every rule, but paid the penalty for the ones you didn't?
Sorry?
Can those be true at the same time?
What?
That you followed every rule, but that you paid the penalty for the ones you didn't?
No.
So when should we believe you? When you say you followed every rule, or when you say you paid the penalty for the ones you didn't?
I mean, I did follow the rules in paying the penalty that I had to.
Which time did you say?
What?
Which time did you say?
I followed the rule in paying the penalty when I had to.
You say you never wanted to hurt anyone, correct?
Yes.
But didn't your workers get injured again and again?
Yes.
And was this the result of you cutting safety sweeps time after time?
I mean, it could be, but accidents happen anywhere.
Did they increase by tenfold?
They did.
Isn't it true that you said that this is my dream and I expect responsibility for it, whether it fails or succeeds?
Yes.
Do you still stand by this statement?
Yes.
So you accept full responsibility?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to admit an exhibit.
Okay. Bailiff, it appears there are 2 copies of the exhibit here. You can return the second one to counsel.
One is for you to see.
Oh, great. In that case, no, bailiff, if I may have the other one. It's just the first time I've had 2 copies. Okay, Exhibit 7 for identification is the final OCIS report regarding the collapse of Fight and Fill, dated 22 September 2012. Defense, do you have any objection to the admission of this document? Okay. Exhibit 7 for identification is admitted as Exhibit 7. Bailiff, if you would return that to counsel for his use, please.
Could you actually hand it to the witness for them to read? Can you tell us what this document is?
It's the final OCIS report.
And who prepared it for us?
Quinn Baxter.
What was their title?
They were the senior/lead investigator.
Your Honor, I would like to admit this as expert testimony.
Do we have any, so is Mr. or Ms. Baxter available to testify in court today?
No.
Do we have any other documents that could be admitted into evidence that would establish their training, education, skill, or experience on the matters about which they wrote?
We have their role in the company they work for.
I'm sorry, what do we have?
Their role and the company they work for.
Okay. You said their role? Their role.
Their job.
Uh-huh. Okay. Do we have that in admissible form? Or is it subject to a statement of stipulated fact?
It is on the document.
Oh, in the body?
Yes.
Okay. You were talking about down by the signature.
Yes, and it says in the seal their role, or it says the company's name.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we won't admit it as a. So we're going to constructively approach and we'll talk about it with counsel outside the presence of the jury. So I don't think there's a sufficient foundation in order to qualify a non-witness as an expert, but this is a government report that was prepared by an entity that possesses the mission, it is charged with investigating these types of accidents. I assume, defense, that's correct? Okay, and as a government agency with the responsibility for investigating and issuing findings regarding accidents, it contains certain probative value, and I trust that in closing argument, you or your co-counsel will, if it's an important point to hit, will note the additional probative value of this particular government agency's finding.
Yes.
Yeah, in the meantime, however, if you also choose to point out that probative value through cross-examination of the defendant, then you are certainly allowed to do so.
Point out what?
The additional importance of who wrote this report, what agency wrote it, when they wrote it, and why they wrote it. You can explore that through cross-examination as well. Okay, and so I do apologize. Exhibit 7 for identification is admitted as Exhibit 7, and counsel, you may proceed.
Is OCIS an acronym for Office of Construction, Inspection, and Safety?
Yes.
Can you read the paragraph titled Deaths?
Titled what?
Deaths.
There were 2 deaths, 1 civilian and 1 government.
How many code violations were observed on the site?
Am I supposed to read that?
Yes.
Where?
Can you read the paragraph which states that?
What's the title?
Ma'am, if you know how many people died on the site that day, you can testify to how many people died on site that day. You don't have to read it from the report.
2 people died.
Is it true that there were 13 code violations observed on the site?
Yes.
Can you read the section titled Additional Contributing Factors Other Than Violations? Numbers 1 through 6.
All of them?
What?
All of them? Number 1 is, per interviews with Emerson, Turnkin, and others, management did not emphasize safety culture or ongoing beyond the requirements of the code to make work site safe. Number 2 is, per interviews with Tatum, Zillias, Emerson, Turnkin, and others, management rushed work in order to meet economic or political objectives. 3 is, management failed to carefully monitor the metal fatigue of work equipment. 4 is, management failed to check weather reports throughout second lift. 5 is, the lift was performed outside the manufacturer tolerances for windage. And 6 is, the lift was likely performed outside the manufacturer tolerances for the lift weight.
Can you read the executive summary for us?
Counsel, is the executive summary short, 2-3 lines? Or is it like multiple paragraphs?
2 sentences.
Okay, go ahead.
The collapse of the Korean fight and fill resulted from a shocking lack of regard for common sense, regulations, and proper construction procedures by Project Z. These violations included lifting an amount in excess of the crane's capacity without approval and lifting during high winds.
And the conclusion?
Management failed to ensure a crane was properly maintained and workers were properly rested, then overloaded the crane in an attempt to meet an artificial timetable. Management then attempted lift despite dangerous, unmonitored winds, failing to recognize the danger inherent in lifting a convex object under the circumstances. The consequences were both predictable and tragic. Management's failures caused the deaths of 2 individuals.
So is it safe to say that Quinn Baxter, the lead safety inspector, found Project Z to be responsible for the collapse?
Yes, they did.
And according to Quinn Baxter, was the accident predictable?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe no further questions are needed.
Bailiff, if you'll retrieve the exhibit from the witness and return it to the court. Thanks. Defense, do you have another witness to call? All right. Do you rest? Yes. Government, I assume you have no rebuttal case and you're ready to both rest and close. You're prepared for closing arguments? Commonwealth, are you ready for closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as you have the burden of proof, I apologize. You may step down and return to your seat. As you have the burden of proof, you may choose to go first or last in closing arguments. Which would you like to do? Okay. Defense, are you prepared to give your closing argument? You may proceed.
Your Honor, my name is Chloe Parrish, and I will be doing the closing remarks for this case. The defendant, Tatum Zillias, was creating Project Z to make the community a better place by constructing public housing. Tatum was giving future families the opportunity so that they did not have to live the way he did while he was a child. He followed most of the safety protocols, and the ones he did not follow was paid out of his own pocket. In January, the defendant took control over the site, doing the jobs his site supervisor, Emerson, was hired to do. On August 31st, there were awful winds and heavy rains, leaving the workers worried. That day, Pennsylvania lost 2 members, Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Micah Stratton, the lift operator, led the defendant to believe that doing the lift was okay and that he had everything under control, telling him all the reasons why Micah could do the lift. Try putting yourself in her shoes. Imagine hiring people and paying them to do a job that they can't even do correctly. Your Honor, the defendant should not be accused for 2 third-degree murders because of a mistake his staff member had made. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Commonwealth.
May it please the court, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Emma Marfia, and this is my co-counsel, Christiane Hagee, Andrew Glessner, and Caleb Brewster. The defendant, Tatum Zillias, murdered 2 innocent people. He is selfish, money-hungry, and careless, and he could have stopped these deaths from happening. This defendant committed third-degree murder, which, according to Commonwealth v. Ruby, states that he killed with malice. Do you really want another murderer running around your city? This will definitely give Philadelphia a bad reputation. On August 31st, 2012, as a result of Hurricane Isaac, nasty weather was predicted, and yet a dangerous lift by a construction crane was carried out in the midst of this storm. Because of this, the crane collapsed, killing 2 innocent people. You heard London Packard testify that the trench was heaven to those living there until the defendant came in and turned their home into a shard of bitter steel. The defense would have you believe that a homeless man named Artie Dent was somehow to blame for these incidences. However, we heard from London, one of Artie's closest friends, that Artie didn't possess the tools or even the concentration to do anything dangerous, nor would he do anything to hurt anyone. He was simply trying to make a statement in order to keep his home. We heard from the defendant's own witness that the roof panels were overweight and awkward. We know the defendant violated 13 codes. You heard testimony that the roofing panels were 150 tons over fighting Phil's engineering load. In order for a lift over maximum capacity, city permission is required, and yet the letter from the city was in the trash, with no permission granted. Emerson testified that the defendant didn't care about the increase in accidents and merely cared about getting it done quickly because fast means profit. We also heard the site supervisor say the collapse of the crane was no accident. It was also stated that the defendant ripped the flag out of the safety worker's hand in order to keep the lift going. Emerson Turkin, the site supervisor, testified he heard this defendant saying, "I don't care if people get hurt." He knew people would get hurt. He just simply didn't care. The night before the 31st, our witness, Emerson Turkin, said he tried to have a rational discussion, warning the defendant about the weather, but he shrugged it off. Bad weather was predicted. In fact, it was known there was a hurricane with gusting winds, and these weather reports didn't faze the defendant. With great power comes great responsibility, and the defendant was definitely responsible. He was on site 24/7, 3 months before the incident. He cut safety sweeps, which left his employees getting injured, and he added shifts and fired his employees if they wouldn't work them. This isn't just a hard-working boss. This is a matter of life and death. The defense may try to put a positive spin on the defendant. However, it is clear he was money-driven. The bottom line is he wanted to finish this project by a certain date because there was a bonus involved. The defendant was not going to let paperwork or rules stop his progress. We have proven 2 people did in fact die. They were killed with malice, which shows no regard for human life. We have proven he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning given the evidence shown, there is no other reasonable explanation other than the defendant is guilty. The defense may try to persuade you to let the defendant get away with murder, but with great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, Your Honor, my co-counsel and I demand this defendant to be convicted guilty of third-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. After some period of time in which the jury has recessed, the jury has now returned with a unanimous verdict. Reviewing the juror's form, I see that the verdict is in proper form. It is clear, concise, and the court has no questions about their verdict. Accordingly, accused and defense counsel, please rise. Tatum, Zillias, this court, of all charges and specifications, finds you not guilty. You may be seated. Jurors, thank you for your time and your service to the Commonwealth. This concludes the trial. Before we proceed to comments that you are invited and encouraged to provide, would you like to take a 5-minute restroom break, or would you like to roll right into those comments? It's the 4 of you. Sorry. Great. You're all much younger than I am, but if I were sitting there and I did comments first, I would have no idea what had just happened. I couldn't score at all. So please do go ahead and retire. I'll also do my ballot at this time, and then we'll reconvene when you're ready on your timeline for closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys did great. You guys did great. So the jury is going to go out. Yeah, you can clap for me. Especially because I'm sure they're beyond exhausted. So the jury's going to go out, and they're going to tabulate their points for the sheets, and then they'll come back with the judge, and they'll just have a couple comments for you guys. But you can go hug your kid now. Also, if you want pictures up front, that's fine too. Okay, we're going to have the jury and the judge come up, and if you're out eating pizza, can you come back into the sanctuary, please? You can bring the pizza with you. If our jurors could come back up and we're missing one, but that's okay. She might have had to go. Here. And when you guys go to speak, just talking it. I don't know if they're here. No, we're waiting.
Directors, are you both here? Great. All right. I lost a juror. Okay, great. All right. So thank you all. I know it's been a very long day. In fact, I understand it's been an uncharacteristically long day for a classical conversations mock trial. So parents, thank you so much for persevering. Jurors, thank you again for your time. As I'm going to allude to again in a moment, your service is indispensable. And participants, you did an amazing job. Every single one of you is absolutely fantastic. It's very obvious the amount of effort that each of you took preparing for this. And directors, it's very obvious how much extra time you spent helping them get prepared. Thank you. All right, so I guess for my part, I'm going to kind of pull the curtain back on kind of what happened from my perspective. This will be very brief. So because of my experience, I chose to run this like a learning event and not like a game, which is what mock trial normally is. So I ran it less like a trial and more like a learning event. So competitors, if you go on and you do mock trial in high school, in college and law school, it will be a little bit different event than it was today, because the judge isn't going to kind of help you through some things. It's going to be objection, hearsay, what's your response, ruling, keep going, and there's no explanation and there's no help. If you mess it up, then the judge just rules against you and you keep going. I wasn't going to do that to you today. Also, I told the directors ahead of time that everything was going to come into evidence, almost. So no matter how good the objections were, everything was going to come in except for the witness statements. The witness statements did not come in because that was a forcing function. If you let the statements in, if I had let the statements in, then you would have had a crutch and not had to have asked many of the questions that you had to ask today because it was already into evidence. And then the jury would not have been able to, the judges over here, the jury would not have been able to understand how well you had developed your case because it was just on a piece of paper they were never going to read. So I was never going to let any of the statements in, even though we could have gone down a road where they were admissible, because I wanted to see, I wanted to put you in a spot where you had to exercise those logic skills that you've developed over the year on your feet, because that's the next level is internalizing those skills and being able to do them on the fly. And you guys were absolutely fantastic at that. I can't tell you how impressed I was by that. I did allow the exhibits that were admitted into evidence to be read, again, because although that took a little extra time, I allowed that because it was the only way the jurors who are giving you the majority of the points would be able to understand why they were important and help you show your case, put your case on, instead of just having the document go back with them and nobody was going to read it. So that also was for your benefit in showing off your case. Those are really the only comments that I have. Jurors, I mentioned in my opening comments about lawyer cynicism about jurors, right? I'll share with you that although when I initially heard that as a law student, I was convicted because I myself had found every excuse I could to get out of jury duty. I have since learned over the years that that general lawyer sentiment is born tremendously out of ignorance, because we don't get to talk to jurors very much after trials, for the same reason that I'm not going to talk for more than another 30 seconds here. Everybody wants to go home. They're tired. So lawyers do not get to hear very often from jurors about what they heard or what they think they heard, what was impactful to them, and why they did what they did. And if we understood that, number one, we'd be a whole lot better trial advocates. Number two, jury experience wouldn't be quite so painful. And number three, I think lawyers would not be quite so cynical about that aspect of the American justice system. So I would encourage each of you who are here to, in addition to whatever other comments that you may have had planned anyway, if something jumps out at you, you may have seen, as I did, one of my favorite things about law school is the fact that no two people try a case the same way, right? It was amazing the different facts that came out in trial 2 versus trial 1 and how they were used. And that's one of the beauties of mock trial, because in the real world, it doesn't happen. By the time a case comes back for retrial, it's not the same case. So any thoughts you have about what you thought was interesting, any observations, anything you thought about this piece of the evidence was particularly compelling or not compelling, even though they thought it was compelling? Anything like that would be very helpful, not just to them, but frankly to me as well. It'll be very illuminating. So with that, I'm going to send it over to you for your comments, and thank you.
I guess I'll go first. Hi, my name is Kim Hiller. I am the Challenge 4 director in Seoul, in case you do not know who I am. I was Challenge 1 director for quite a while as well as support rep for our area. I would just like to say, well done. This was probably, I've been to many of the mock trials we've had over the years, and this was by far one, if not the best one I've ever seen. So yes, you guys did set the bar high. Not only in length of trials, but in arguments given. I'll just say generally, lots of logos and pathos happening. Your arguments were logically put together, and they were emotionally laid out. So there were things that made me stop and think, like, oh yeah, that's not right. Yeah, Zillias, is that how you say his name? What? Zillias? Yeah, he did have some culpability going on. So it was very, very good. I was very happy. I can also say that those of you who went through Challenge A and did your fallacy detective, I certainly saw some of those fallacies peeking through, and you were poking holes in arguments. Well done. And working through your logic this year. It was hard, right? If you did, yes. Yes, Mrs. Hiller, logic is hard, right? Oh, wait, there's a song for that, right? Logic is hard. But your hard work is paid off. You were able to put together well laid out logical arguments and also pushing through persuasive writing, LTW. I can see how you were laying out your persuasive arguments. I could see proofs. I could see refutations. I could see exordiums coming through time and again, and that repetition, repetition, repetition. So well done. All of your hard work has paid off. Good job, students.
Good evening, and just to, I guess, continue from what the judge and fellow jurors were pointing out, both, and not obviously having a background in classical education and the CC environment. My children, my name's Paul Applegate. I'm a father of 3 in the Mantua CC campus. This is our 2nd year with the group, but I do have a slight background in policing and the court environment, so to speak. I was pleasantly surprised with not only your ages, but just how you kind of exhibited your side of the story, and likewise, and when you had to flip scripts and kind of jump to the other side, it was just as well laid out. I'm not going to speak to some of the things. You know, this is an environment a lot of us will probably never actually experience in real life. You know, we can practice this all we want, but the reality is a lot of us will never get up here, which is probably a good thing. But a lot of us will probably never experience this. So it's just to go through it a few times. It's really interesting, the things that really have to go through your head as you're presenting, right? I'm not going to speak to the things I think that maybe could have used a little, I guess, polishing, but what I will speak to are some of the things that really stuck out to me. Number one, just especially with a couple of the witnesses, and I can't remember the names, maybe Gianna, is it Gianna? But just staying away from like the yes and no answers or the absolute answers, but adding a little bit of making the defense attorney or the prosecutor work for it, so to speak, right? Like it's your floor. When you're up here, it's your floor. So if you're the witness up here, they're going to ask you the question. Don't feel rushed. Take all the time in the world. Think about it. When I sat up in court a few times, I felt like I needed to blurt out an answer really quick, kind of keep the process moving, but I failed to take the time that I know I was allowed initially. And that's what you kind of learn how to kind of take in what exactly is the answer, is he asking me, and just using that to kind of give them a better answer, or give myself a better answer to allow the progression of the question and answer phase. Another thing that I saw that I really liked, excuse me, Andrew, when Andrew was questioning, I believe it was Gianna again. He was going through a question and answer portion, and that wasn't really going anywhere. So what did he do? He got the evidence into her hand, and he basically made her, you know, kind of say what he was trying to get her to say through the questioning. So it's just kind of using what you have available to you and getting it to the position where you need to get it. So I think that was a really good job. But overall, I think it was excellent. I commend you for a job well done. Great job.
My name is Elijah Crouch. This is one of my first time actually like viewing these things, so this is actually pretty cool. Like I like that you guys are like really confident in like kind of presenting your cases and even throwing up objections out there. Like I don't even know what that gentleman means, but I think I really appreciated you guys just coming up here and really just doing your thing. So that's really all I got to say. Good job, guys.
Thank you again for coming. Directors, I have your score sheet, so I'll be giving those to you after. Okay, by a narrow margin that I had calculated 3 times to make sure. Do you want me to announce separate? Okay, Bella, can you bring me up the sheets then? Do I announce each round, Cal, and then the total? Isn't she beautiful, my assistant? She's so beautiful. All right, you guys did so good, and both times it was narrow, so I had it recalculated, and then I had it recalculated again, just to make sure. But in the first round, the prosecution won by a very narrow margin. You can ask, I'm not going to say by how much. And then in the, I'll say how much. And then in the second round, I'm sorry, give me a minute. The prosecution won again. So, and then overall, Sewell. So, but very close, guys. You all did wonderfully. There is pizza out there. I want to thank you for everybody who stayed, everybody online. Our Zoom girls, you did awesome. Right? Our Zoom girls. So just enjoy the pizza and breathe a sigh of relief, B, because you're almost ones. That's awesome. Oh, and if you'll be available.